And welcome everyone to the Upsurge Minor League Grand Finals. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minicaster. We have been your casters this entire time for the entire Upsurge Minor League season, and we are here to close it out once again with two awesome teams coming to battle. We have Akuma Blades versus Blacklist X, both teams running their semifinals match in a 3-0 fashion. And I mean, if that's any indication, we're going to have a fun match today.
Yeah, not only did these teams run 3-0 in the semifinals here, but let's put it in context here. Akuma Blades have only dropped one game all season long. We're on to the last night. They've only dropped one game. Blacklist X, not much worse here. They've only dropped 2 games here throughout the entire split. So both of these teams definitely deserve to be in the finals. And frankly, I'm kind of happy they haven't met before this because it really does set up for this titanic grand finals, the last night of the Upsurge Minor League Winter 2021 season.
Yep, and of course that does mean it is going to be a best of 5, so these guys will be pitted against each other and really put to the test, right? These guys, we might see some interesting bans, might see some interesting picks, because this is the last chance you get, right? Even though you made it into the top 2, you don't want to go home with second place. You don't want to go home saying, hey, I could have done a little bit better. You want to say, hey, I put everything on the line and was able to win it all. And I mean, looking at these guys, I mean, both these teams do have their power points. One specifically, I think we were talking about Blacklist X having their top laner, right? This guy that kind of snuck in there and really proved their point.
Weakside Warrior, or previously known as Weakside Warrior, now known as Never Be Game Over for Blacklist X. That's their top laner. And throughout most of the regular season, we talked about it last week on the semifinal game, they were playing a lot of sort of weak side style champions. But in the semis, the gloves came off and we were seeing carry duelists coming off the top lane, and Never Be Game Over carried a couple of games as well. But if we look over to Akuma Blades, the same can be said of the GOAT James here. And these teams, it feels like they match up really well across every single lane. They have carry potential in every single lane. And if there is a lane I want to look at, it's going to be the mid lane, because I've heard some words here from Blacklist that they're expecting their mid laner to absolutely dumpster X-Fluke, Akuma's mid laner here.
All right. Well, some strong words, of course, and you love to see it. Confidence plays a huge key in whether you'll be able to pull off a win, whether you'll be able to, hang on to that early momentum. And I think this is what both these squads will run off of, having that momentum to continue the role. I expect, someone to be able to take 2 games in a row, maybe here and there. If they can't, well, that'll be super interesting. But again, taking a look at some of the champions, and especially some of the itemization shifts with the champions and, the meta that's shifted. I mean, is there anything that you fully expect to be banned out hard here as we do hop into game number 1, Akuma Blades on the blue side and Blacklist X on the red?
Honestly, normally I'd say, okay, I'd expect the Seraphine, the Galio ban targeted at Akuma Blades here. That is how X-Fluke likes to play. But given what I've heard from the teams, they seem to have prepared something different for tonight here. So I'm not really sure what they have up their sleeves right now. I do expect it to be different from what we've seen up to this point. And what I'm curious about is both these teams, they scrim each other sometimes. So they might have an inkling of some of these hidden cards. We do see the Galio being hovered right now for Blacklist X. That and Seraphine, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised to see them taken off the table.
Yeah, well, if anything, if me or my Crooked Tie have anything to say about it, we'll be having a bit of fun here, as we do see the Nocturne, which has been a staple now, which is very interesting to say. Nocturne banned away first round. It's kind of the new Udyr ban, if you don't want to deal with that champion. Rel being hovered, so a huge playmaker that both teams do like to use. But obviously, it looks like Akuma Blades will be going for something different than that Rel first pick, so they decide, hey, we can't get that one over.
That's always what you want to do on the blue side as well, is control how many OPs are open. You don't want to have 3 OPs open, because if you pick 1, you give 2 over. And speaking of the OPs here, I am expecting to see maybe a Tristana ban come through. That is something that's been really strong across all levels of play here, all the way up from bronze or iron all the way up to professional play here. So looking at Blacklist X, if they want to ban that, or maybe the Hecarim even, because Hecarim, really strong champion, and these junglers do play that horse in the jungle.
Yeah, well, looks like they don't want to deal with the Viking in the jungle instead, so taking away the Olaf. So last ban coming out here, Blacklist X, it's surprising. You talked a little bit about how the top and the mid were really the 2 power points that both these teams were hoping to go for, and yet it seems that only 1 ban is really being thrown towards that mid lane, the Seraphine being taken out of game number 1. So Blacklist X say Akuma Blades will not have that utility to be able to work with.
I think this is part of that strategy they have that they're running here against X-Fluke. You take them off these supportive champions so the X-Fluke can't really sit back in lane and let the game happen around them and then come back in here. And because Tristana wasn't banned, because they targeted that Seraphine the Volibear instead, doesn't surprise me at all to see that Tristana first pick come through.
Yeah, why not? It is a powerful pick. You can flex it if you want, but it's still just a strong pick overall. Gives you a little bit of safety, and the lock-in of the Karma instantly. We haven't seen a Karma this high in priority in a long time.
I'm trying to quickly glance through and see if Karma's even a champion that they've shown at all for Blacklist. I'm not seeing it anywhere. So I think, we're talking about we're talking about the fact that Blacklist has some special strategies prepared. I guess this is it. And it could be top, it could be support, but either way, it works really well with a Hecarim that wants to go fast.
Yeah. Always giving a little extra damage to the Hecarim. It's not the Udyr, of course, but I think Hecarim fits that build just fine, if not better, currently after some of the nerfs that Udyr received. Now taking a look at Akuma Blades, they have the option to decide what they want to pit against that, and they are hoping to cut the horse at the knees. That's going to be a Graves locked in here. So 2 cannons coming out, or a shotgun and a cannon, if you will. Graves, though, falling out of meta a little bit, which is surprising. I would consider it more like S- tier instead of some that are available. Do you feel this is proper setup here for them?
A bit of a comfort pick for Hexmist. Hexmist has played Olaf and Graves throughout the UML season so far. So with the Olaf banned by the Akuma Blades, no less here, I do think Graves is a comfort pick. And what you can do with Graves against the Hecarim is, so you can always invade early, try and punish the Hecarim, because in the first couple of levels in a duel, Graves should win out. And normally, if you want that to happen, you pair that with strong lanes here. But for now, it will be the Thresh paired up with the Tristana here. And Jinx going to be locked in for Blacklist.
Yeah, last pick as well. So showing off that they're going to have primary carries in just about every lane. Jinx is a champion that I've been hoping to see run across the rift, really wreak havoc on anyone that gets in her way. I've loved watching her get, these minor busts every so often, and no one's really brought out her full potential. So I'm excited to see what can happen. Blacklist X now focusing on that top side, making sure Legoat James doesn't get a comfort pick.
Oh, yeah. We've seen Darius show up quite a bit in the UML orbital this season. Darius is one of those champions which just seems to really be able to take over a game. You win your lane and then you just kind of transfer your leads everywhere. Legoat James has been a master at that here. And if they are going to focus them down, then I expect to see maybe the Renekton and the Zilean. Okay, Zilean. We laughed because last week in the semifinals here, Swap played that Zilean to almost perfection here, but it was against the Seraphine, which was banned. So they're not happy with that, not going to let that through this time.
Oh, it feels like you're going up against Bjergsen when that comes out. You're just like, I don't want to deal with that, That just gives them too much of an edge. Double bans towards the top, that set being banned away. So making sure these bullies don't come out. I have a feeling Blacklist X might actually pick up their top laner here, if that's what they're aiming for, banning away 2, picking it up first round, and giving the counter pick over. But let's see what they decide to do.
Part of me feels like with the way the draft has been going, I'd be more comfortable seeing their mid lane picked blind here, because you're penalizing that top lane. You want to see what's there before you counter pick it. But in the back of my mind, I just keep thinking Blacklist X says their mid is going to smash. And if that's the case, the best way to smash it is you counter pick it here, right? Yeah. Or swap potentially. So I think either really works. And yeah, I think this would be a safer thing, is you pick your mid lane right now, especially if you're that confident you're better. Even if you don't smash it, you still expect to come out ahead. And already we see a really solid front to back composition coming through from Blacklist here.
Yeah, it's just, the common patent pending and, tried and true style of gameplay. You have the Orianna in the mid lane, provides a lot of utility for your team, and you don't really have to worry about it. So that is going to give it over to Akuma Blades to try and come up with some advantages for themselves. And they have thrown it into the arms of Legoat, picking up the Urgot here and saying, hey, let's give it to the man that can install fear in someone beyond death.
We said that there's carry potential from every lane here for both these teams, but Akuma Blade is really embracing that sort of idea here. They don't have a true tank, and you kind of, if you're picking your mid or your ADC here, you don't have tankiness. They pick up the Sylas, but as long as they don't lock in an Alistar for Blacklist, which would be very, very surprising at this point, they don't have a true tank. You just need a bit of healing cut, and you should be able to kill everybody on Akuma Blades in quite short order here.
Yeah, the Sylas is picked up, so, pseudo ultimates might be coming out, and the hover of Leona. And it is going to be locked in. So an aggressive bottom lane setup here. I like what we're going to see. We're going to get fire right out of the gates.
Yeah, lots of damage. And that also means a Karma top orbital. And we've seen it once or twice here in the UML. I am not a big fan of it, but it does work well into the Urgot here. It is a fairly neutralizing lane. Urgot likes to be that lane bully, but against the Karma, you can poke back, you can sustain up, you can just run away when the big crab runs at you there. So solid pickup top lane, quite balanced. And the owner just fits right in, right? You've now got sources of engage, you've got lots of peel. Your Jinx is very, very safe. And for the Akuma Blades composition, my question now becomes, how are they going to reach that Jinx? If you can't get to them, that Jinx will rip through everybody. Those crits with the rockets, massive. And if you're just relying on that Silas for Fluke here, trying to go through that front door doesn't feel like a viable option here.
Yeah, not exactly going to be able to bust your way through possibly a Shockwave, Solar Flare into the Onslaught of Shadows, just ultimate on ultimate from Blacklist X. Now, on the flip side, Akuma Blades, though, they do have a composition that can actually duke it out pretty well with anyone if anyone steps out of position on Blacklist X. I mean, you have the Silas Hijack that's going to be stealing ultimates. You have that Urgot who is always going to be shotgunning out from the knees, right? So you have these opportunities to actually put up great 1v1s, 2v2 situations around some of the primary objectives. I mean, do you see either team really getting a leg up in certain scenarios, or do you think it's really going to fall to the individual members to decide, are they going to get a lead in this game, number one?
I think let's start Blacklist, because we already kind of talked about their composition here. So naturally, they look like the better scaling team here in a front-to-back team fight. They're going to be really, really strong and pretty much a grouped-up fight. But they aren't so good at the split push game here. They don't really have anybody who can answer a split push. Maybe you send the Karma to wave clear. That's about it. So that's definitely going to be an issue for them. And that's where the Akuma Blades can capitalize. They've got a lot of lane strength here. We talked about if you want to invade with the Graves, you pick strong lanes to go with. And Orianna is a very safe neutralizing lane, but not particularly strong in the early game. You don't get a ton of priority depending on how it gets played out. You do have the range advantage over the melee. In terms of wave clear, if you're trying to push out, you burn a lot of mana. Top side, Urgot also stronger in the skirmish as well. So I'm looking at Akuma Blades thinking, I want to see the early game. They can come right off the gate swinging. They've got this opportunity to take advantage of that and then try and make sure that Blacklist doesn't get to a point in the mid game where they're comfortable enough to team fight that, they might be down in terms of gold, and then Akuma Blades can try and pick them apart from there.
Yeah, such a scary thought, right? One little misstep and teams can punish you left and right. Now, I want to go ahead and bring our attention over to Hexmas and Axel, these two in the jungle, right? We talked about the top, going to be a little bit of a possible farm fest depending on how NVG decides to play it. And in the mid lane, right, I'm interested to watch how they play, but both these squads will be relying on their junglers. These are two high priority junglers that do have high impact depending on how they're played. I mean, do you see either of these guys putting down some early ganks, or do you think we're going to see a lot more dueling between the two?
No doubt we're going to see lots of ganks. Both these junglers, Hexmas and Axel, they're sort of the initiation force for their teams. Not necessarily in terms of the fights, but just in the early game. Where they go, usually action happens, and neither are the type to really sit back and just farm up a storm here. Even when they're behind, they look for action. And I think for Hexmas on this grave, Hexmas is going to look to counter gank a lot of times, be there when Axel is. They are a little stronger with that Graves, have a little bit more damage early here. So they don't have to be the one making the early moves. They just have to be there when the move is made. For Axel, on the other hand, you got a pony, you got to go fast. That's the whole Hecarim thing, is you got to be real quick here with, especially now that Hecarim likes to build Turbo Chem Tank. You go really, really fast and you try and avoid the Graves. If you know where the Graves is, you don't gank that lane, you gank the other side. And then if the Graves ganks, maybe you show up, not to counter gank, but more to dissuade the gank early here.
Yeah, just, throwing a counter punch, and hopefully the counter punch is a little bit stronger than the original that the opponent throws. Finally, as we are loading into game here and hopefully getting it on your screen shortly, my question to you, random, game number one, big, everything's on the line. Everyone has a clean slate to start this off. I know you talked about the Karma, you didn't really like it top, but is there a lane that you specifically think there is going to be a wide gap or a wide kind of margin that can't be bridged, and we're going to see one lane dominate their opponents?
Is there one particular lane? I'm going to say no, Orbital. I don't.
Oh, okay.
We're going to see right away a huge gap in the first game here. At least I hope not, because on paper, these teams are very evenly matched. So I want to see that happen. I want to see a very even game where it does come down to the later game team fights, the executions, who can outplay each other. I don't want to see bad decisions and getting caught out. I want to see good decisions and outplays.
Yeah, everyone wants to see those fancy feats coming out, and I mean, as long as my camera, keeps doing whatever it's doing, hopefully we have a fantastic game as well for game number one. Showing up these two squads, I want to be able to watch them really put their utmost out on the table. So, excuse me. The big question now finally coming down is both these guys. You talked about the early game, but the big question as well, if this goes late, right? If these two teams decide, hey, this might be a little bit slow moving, give a lot of respect to your opponents. It does feel that the side of Blacklist X have a bit more of a wombo combo, have a bit more utility to work with. Do you think that's going to cause some problems, or do you think the split push, like you said, will shine a little bit brighter if it reaches that 35-40 minutes where we're running Barons, Elders, Souls moving across the map?
Does put pressure on Akuma Blades to be the ones making the moves early on. Because, yeah, you got a Tristana. She skills amazingly well. But against the Jinx who can outrange her late, and with how squishy you are, they don't want to stretch this out. So for Blacklist, they've got that margin of error. They can sort of lean back a little bit here, wait for the game to happen. And if they have a rough early game, they skip. So in terms of that, I do think
Minions have spawned.
Any more than that. However, we are having a few technical difficulties. We will have that fixed here shortly for you. So just continue to watch very entertaining gameplay of farming. Of course, Farming Simulator 2000.
Okay, we're back from beyond the Shadow Realm. Apparently, Orbital Shadow Realm somehow infected the entire stream. And I got... we are back just in time to watch this little bit of a fight in the bot lane coming through here. A bit of trade back and forth.
Yeah, I'm. That's the downside to having me on the broadcast. 50-50 shot that I just like destroy the whole game, right? But hopefully
Please don't
it won't occur. It's a big problem, but no. Again, little hooks down, back and forth, and already you can see that aggression. But Hexmas actually opting to run straight through mid, giving complete information and going for that double scuttle to give himself an advantage.
And Axel just completely not there right now, coming out of base. So we'll actually surrender both those scuttles over. We were talking about it. It didn't make it on air, but we were talking about Axel's exhaust here, not that ghost, not that flash that we're used to seeing from most junglers. And the fact that you have the exhaust, which would help you in the duel, and you're still not confident fighting Hexmist here, does suggest that at least in the early game, Axel is going to be trying to avoid the Graves for the most part. They're going to be okay giving up some of the early pressure, just trying to farm up to that point where level 6 you get that onslaught of shadows and you can start having a bigger impact on these ganks.
Yep, level 6 always important for these high priority junglers, right? You want to make that first ultimate be extremely pressure heavy. You want to be able to get something out of it. But Fluke taking a bit of damage in that mid lane. Again, range versus melee. No one really enjoys that as much, but Swapped laying on the pressure, already 10 CS up over his lane opponent.
Not quite a complete dumpstering just yet, but that will change. Bot side, props right now to the bot lane of Blacklist X. The fact that they are facing that Tristana, which is infamous for the first couple of levels here, the sheer damage you can put out. And they've weathered that storm really well. They're actually up a little bit of CS, which that gap is a little bit misleading because of the minions coming under the turret here. But for the most part, if you can get a lead as a Jinx, that's always a good sign.
Yep, you want to give yourself as much pressure as you can and give that opportunity to farm, become that powerhouse, and let those rockets fly. Axel throwing a gank towards that mid lane and surprises Fluke a little bit, who goes, come on, I didn't want to use my pot just yet. Have to. Feels bad, man.
It's just kind of returning the favor. These junglers just driving right by, cruising through the mid lane, just going, hey. I mean, if you can get a bit of damage down, that certainly does help. And at least it looks like Swap's coming up a little bit ahead here. Did hit 6 first, which is always nice, because when you're facing a Sylas, if the Sylas hits 6, it always feels bad when they can steal your ultimate first and use it on you before you even have yours. While that's happening, though, first Dragon, being started up by Akuma Blades, they'll probably be able to get this here.
Yeah, looks like Blacklist X are a little bit slow on this rotate. 3 against 2 as Link and Astral War just returning from base. So that will be first straight, going the way of Akuma Blades with an Infernal for second Drake.
Looking here, Phil's just rotating up since they were in the area. That's one of the reasons why I kind of not a huge fan of the exhaust here. If you did have the Ghost, if you did have the Flash, maybe we see Axel try and go in for the Hero Smite, take that first drag away. But with the exhaust, really no chance whatsoever. There's no onslaught of shadows available for Axel. So not as much action as I had hoped for early. Neither jungler really looking for the ganks, just showing pressure in every lane. Kind of balanced for the most part here.
And in these situations where the lanes are pretty quiet and all you're doing is just farming, does it tend to benefit one side or the other, or is it pretty neutral across the board? Because if you're just farming it, it feels like someone's getting something out of it if they're okay just, relieving pressure and not really duking it out with their opponents.
I mean, for the side of both these teams, more for Blacklist, they're benefiting a little bit from these extended laning phases if everything was equal, but it's not. Swapped is running the mid lane right now. Fluke already used the teleport to get back to lane. Swapped is going to match that as well. So both TPs down the mid lane. And top side, Legault James is finding a very, very small lead, which might change here.
Yep, and that's going to be a flash forward. MBG dodges out on the first proc, but he's getting run in the opposite direction. I don't think he's able to survive. Gets jumped in. First blood to Hexmist in the top side.
NBG, I mean, yes, you didn't want to run back to base because Hexmist was there, but if you're running away, all you're doing is buying time. You're not able to answer anything whatsoever here. And we spoke about the fact that, okay, the Karma is meant to just kind of neutralize the Urgot for the most part, but already Legault James able to find that early kill. The only good news is that it's not on Legault James. It is on Hexmist. If it was on Legault James, I think things look very, very different because Akuma Blades can look to try and get their split pusher, that top island, to their advantage here. So
And now junglers deciding they want to fight a little bit. Smokescreen goes down, and Axel actually retreating here does burn the exhaust, and that means Swap to walk straight into an unfortunate scenario. Shockwave for Shockwave is used, so both mid laners do have to back off with a smite. Going for the Rift Herald. Hexmist and Akuma Blades come out on top here in the early game.
Just a win for Hexmist here. That was almost across the board that they kind of won. That Axel had to burn the exhaust, and mid lane as well. Swap was up a level, and Fluke just won that fight in that rotation there. The Shockwave was blown as well. So that kind of tells you the state of the early game, at least on the top side. Akuma Blades winning out a little bit as expected, and they need to take this pressure. They need to snowball it. These small wins are good, but they need to get some gold, some kills on the board as well.
We do need to get a few more kills. Looks like Legoat James has that in mind as he went ahead, bought the Tiamat early for some extra wave clear, make sure that the Cole procs work. Mid lane might be the point as the Chainsaw land swapped has to flash. And Hexmist finally being able to burn some summoners in every lane.
In that flash is going to be very, very important as well, because if you can kill Swap, if you can revisit that, the Orianna is very, very immobile. Axel,
that's going to be the Cavalry making an appearance here in the mid, but Ashel might have something to say about it. Flash forward, and Hexmist burns his all-important getaway. That's going to secure his death as Fluke takes the Lantern out, flash out, as support on support action leaves one dead on Akuma Blade's side.
really good baiting by Swap there to stand up there, to continue trying to get Hexmist and X-Fluke to stay around, and it pays off. The supports rotate, but it's Ashel who gets there first, not because Ashel was actually that much faster than Pills, but because they were closer to the side of Blacklist. And so when Ashel shows up, less distance to cover, great return gank, and this is that even game I wanted to see, Orbital.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some disparity coming out. Legoat James up about 15 CS in his lane, mid lane high priority, closing in on 30 CS. I think actually going above that. So Swap should be hitting, looks like that Leandri's Torment very early on.
Except I'm not super concerned actually about this mid lane CS discrepancy. We've already seen Fluke know that they do have kill pressure, especially paired with that Graves. And in these fights as well, if Fluke can get onto Swap, I have very little doubt that Fluke's going to look a lot scarier here. Herald being dropped very early. Looks like they're setting up for this dragon. They want to apply the pressure, and we might see a big team fight come out. Ultimate's not quite up yet for Axel and Fluke.
Yeah, and MBG doesn't have teleport. I think it's going to come up in the remaining seconds, but it's going to be a little bit late. Ashel whiffs on the Zenith Blade, but the rest of the squad is zoning in. They are going to grab the Onslaught of Shadows, diving in to split, and that's a steal from Axel. He's able to pick up the dragon, but the kills go the way of Akuma Blades. Now everyone is going to barrel in this fight, and it's Blacklist X that are on the retreat as Akuma Blades cut down their opponents. 4 kills for 0 as quick as it happens. Fluke actually dies on the back end, I think, to ignite. Akuma Blades lose the dragon, but take 4 as they will happily go up in gold.
Was a really, really odd fight here because Blacklist honestly didn't look like it was going that badly for them on that particular initiate, but it just doesn't pan out. Collateral damage, not quite enough to take NBG down there. The lone survivor continues surviving yet.
Yeah, just you got the steal, so why would you continue, right? That you already knew that you were having a little bit of trouble pinching in on that fight, and maybe they're all their overall goal was just to get the dragon, right? Get that infertile, take it off the board, and now it's mountain dragons. You can kind of give those up as you see fit, but to sacrifice 4 in that extent when you probably could have gotten away with only 1 or 2 deaths has to feel a little bit rough.
Mm-hmm. Mid lane, Fails looking here. Good sides, safe. And going back to that point you're talking about, Orbital, in that fight, why did they go back? And I think they thought they actually could win it. It looked like they could. They got the Solar Flare. The Onslaught of Shadows just came off cooldown. It looked like they had all the tools they needed. But I think it's a difference in damage at this point here. Not only NBG versus Legoat, the fact that Legoat has more damage, but also the fact that between the ADCs, yes, both of them benefit from getting a kill. Link gets excited, but Keyboarder with that rocket jump just brings a little bit more damage, immediate damage to the table compared to Link, who later in the game that Get Excited might scale better, but early on it just doesn't match the raw skill damage that Rocket Jump brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think it's surprising to say we actually see two Coles coming out. Legoat James and Keyboarder both said that they are doing okay in the lane to pick up what is considered pretty much a greedy little buy there, but Link actually gets hooked, and they're just going to jump on the Jinx. Jinx is dead. Now comes Hexmas ready to help clean it up. Ashel trying to chase under the tower, but a hook, a second Reaper Scythe comes out. Fails, cannot fail now. That's an easy 2 kills picked up for Akuma Blades.
Nice engage that Tristana damage. It doesn't go away after the first couple of levels. And overstay.
Axel doesn't have flash, and yeah, that's just a straight up kill. Tried to get the ultimate out, but it doesn't go through, and Keyboard is just like, cool, I'm 4-0 now. Have fun with that.
Those kills has just come in that last little while there. Axel just not respecting the damage. If you are going to stick around like that, you need to have fast trigger fingers on that exhaust. Wasn't used. It cost them first start, and that gold lead, which happened so close up to this point, has just exploded now. It's a 5k gold lead for the side of Akuma Blades across every single lane. I almost feel like that mid lane 50 almost CS deficit is not even that impactful anymore.
Yeah, and I think Fluke is actually doing very well in the sense that he isn't supposed to win this lane outright. You forfeit the mid lane to get pressure to the side lanes, and then later on you use the hijack, you provide the engage, right? And you provide kind of a pseudo tank in that mid lane for your team. And I think he's done very well because Swapped has not been able to translate that gold lead into aggression on the side lanes.
Yeah, it's been good, but now the Liandry's is picked up by Swapped here, so that lane poke that Swapped can put down onto Fluke is going to feel a lot worse. And Fluke not yet with the Mythic here. With first turret down, my question for Blacklist is, where are you going to go with this? You don't want to keep Link in a side lane anymore. You need to rotate them out, and you need to do it soon because you're hemorrhaging objectives, as we see Herald being picked up by Blades yet again.
Herald being picked up with a minute left on Dragon. Last time Akuma Blades had it, they dropped Herald, I think, about 30 seconds out from Drake. So maybe they decide to do this, the same thing, pick up an extra tower for themselves. But it looks like so far Keyboard are just trying to get a little extra CS for himself as he's sitting on that Gale Force. So Mythic up and available to try and start shredding through some of these opponents.
We've already seen that single target burst that Keyboarder brings to the table. They rotate Keyboarder to the mid lane. I agree with that choice. The GOAT is doing well on the top. They will get that eventually here. So getting them to the mid lane, trying to shred down the start will open up more of the map for them. And Axel and Ashel in a bit of a sticky situation here on that invade. Can they get back out?
No, they don't care. That's actually exactly what they want as they catch Hexmas sleeping. They cut down the enemy jungler. Fluke on the back end trying to get some damage down, but the collapse on Blacklist X has secured a 45 in this Dragon attempt.
Great way to kick this off. You kill the jungler just as Dragon spawns literally under you as you're continuing the chase here. And can they survive after they get this Dragon here?
Oh, doesn't look like it. I don't know why you're going for a steal with no jungler available, because that means the GOAT has to burn his slash as well. So total of 2 deaths and not even a dragon taken. Blacklist X pull off a heist here in the early start of this game.
Necessarily close the GOAT gap very much here, but it certainly is a huge win where Blacklist shouldn't have been able to get it. The fact that they invaded there and weren't caught speaks, I think, to the lack of vision and overconfidence of Akuma Blades, pardon me. They're just like, okay, we are ahead. We should be aggressively warding. Their ward vision was up near Riverside. Didn't catch anybody going in. And the re-engage as well. I actually think Fluke going in wasn't necessarily a bad call. They might have been looking to punish on the way out. The issue was that nobody else went in with Fluke. And so Fluke kind of just went in and was like, guys, team, where are you? And it was just a free kill for Blacklist right there. That's exactly what they need. Give them a couple more of those, and that's going to be very, very dangerous for the Blades.
Yeah, they are starting to be a little bit disjointed, right? That's the best way I can put it. When you have your jungler down, I feel like you can give up a Mountain Drake, right? It's not the end of the world. It's just a little armor and magic resist. So why would you try and throw your lives at it? And thankfully, this time they didn't lose too many members. Still, though, going for those and still feeling like they have it can either be a blessing because you have the confidence, or a detriment, depending if you continue following up on some of these rougher calls. Red buff being taken on the side of Blacklist X, and so this might be a top lane fight if they do meet.
For the side of Akuma Blades right now, yes, losing that dragon does slow down your soul stacking, but you don't necessarily have to look at soul stacking as your win con. So far, what has succeeded for them has been this turret game, rushing down turrets very, very quickly, and they can continue to do that. They just need to rotate keyboard to that top side, as we're seeing right now. You get the last outer turret, and suddenly the map opens up so much more for you. You can have that aggressive vision and be much safer this time, knowing that if they do invade, they're going to be so far behind your lines. And theoretically, if you set up the wards right aggressively, you should still be able to see them trying to get into your side of the jungle.
Should be, but let's see if they can follow up with it. Akuma Blades really laying down the vision and pressure here on the top side, making sure to assert their dominance here and trying to get this last outer tower down, I believe. Ashley going, I don't know if I want to be here, but I'll play frontline as long as my ADC steps up. Top lane tower goes down, 3 towers to 0 for Akuma Blades.
The life of a support, a good support. Lay down their life for their ADC. I'll be there, to make sure that you don't get caught out. And Akuma Blades now have completed phase 1 of their plan. They've taken down all the outer turrets. You've got the strong lanes. The question is, where do you go from here, right? Dragon stacking, not going to be super efficient because you had 2 taken away by Blacklist at this point. No more heralds left. Baron comes up in about 10 seconds, but you don't necessarily win those Baron fights. They're kind of dicey. Yes, you should win them, but not super comprehensively. So that makes it dangerous for you to start up. And now they need to decide, where do we go with this? How do we siege up, and how do we take advantage of our Fed, Tristana, and Urgot here?
Yeah, and I mean, I almost feel like they should do exactly what Blacklist X did to them, right? Try and find a bush, try and find a pick off, because at this point, you're just allowing BLX to farm up. You're allowing this Orianna to continuously pick up more items. You're allowing this Jinx to start ramping up even further. And the last champion that I do want to talk about, NBG, on this Karma. The longer you allow this Karma to farm up, the stronger the shields are going to get, the faster the speeds are going to get, and the harder it's going to be to kite and cut through some of these champions.
The big kill lead we're seeing for Akuma Blades came from that fight near the Dragon Pit 2 dragons ago. And at that point, MBG didn't have a mythic, could not compare to the Goat James. Now you do have the Moonstone Renewer. There's no healing cut yet coming through for the side of Akuma Blades. So that Moonstone Renewer, is going to be very, very effective. And you compare that to the side of Blacklist, there's not a huge amount of healing. You've got decent amounts on the Hexmist and Fluke here, but they've already picked up their healing cut. The Chemtech Putrifier, I can't say the name right. Basically, healing cut. Putrifier. I don't know why I was adding an extra Putrifier in the. Yeah, the Putrifier is already built for MBG here, so they do have healing cut. Your tankiness is already being weakened here because it's not true tankiness; it's pseudo tankiness.
Yeah, and that will mostly affect, it looks like here, the Urgot and the Graves. Graves going ahead and picking up that Immortal Shield Bow plus Phantom Dancer. So 2 items completed as this dragon is on the board. Taking a look at the setup, BLX might have some trouble as they are split off. Orianna taking a long route away. They're going to go all the way in. That's going to be the Hecarim ultimate right in the backline, and Fluke is going to follow up the same. Shockwave only lands on 1, and the damage is done. Swap picking up 1 for himself, and the Rocket still dealing out the damage, dragging down to about 2.5, and that is the push out. AKB cannot contest any longer, and BLX fully forced them out. They are late to the dragon, but still picking up 3 Drakes and Soul Point, going the way of Blacklist X.
That is really bad for the Akuma Blades, not because they lose Fluke in that fight, but because of what that means for any upcoming fight here, which is they don't win on open ground anymore. That Jinx on 1 item apparently is already doing a lot. Hexmist.
Oh, he does have flash available, but the Zenith Blade over the wall follows, swapped, throws the flash, and says, I can burn that summoner at this time because now the bottom lane is in pressure. So aggressiveness coming out of BLX, but back to what you were saying.
Blades are in a bit of a pickle right now. They don't win the open fight. They need to, as you kind of suggested, set up a death bush, find a pick now. Either that or commit wholly to split pushing. Keyboarder here. That's a fourth blown from Jinx already, but TP.
Oh, and the QSS right back out. The cleanse, I'm very sorry. Keyboarder might have gotten his support killed. That's the shockwave drawn right back in, followed up with the cavalry. So that's a lot of ultimates to use. And now this is a scattered fight. This is going to be a little bit painful as it is. The Fear Beyond Death grappling Ashel. Link next with the shotguns, and this might be AKB getting some revenge. Rocket jumps all over the place as Keyboarder only picked up 1. Actually just picked up 3 assists, I think, right there. So that is going to be a 4-4-2 in favor of AKB as they turn their attention towards Baron.
How could we underestimate Keyboarder here? Pushes. We're talking about pick. No, you don't need to do that. Keyboarder will Gale Force in and make this happen one way or another. And that fight, huge win. You pick up, what was that, 4 kills on the back of that, and potentially Baron now? Well, not potentially. That will be Baron. NBG cannot steal this. Hexmas is blocking everything, and AKB will not go quietly into the night. They will take that Baron, and they will continue to roll this lead that they have here towards potentially, hopefully for them, a win here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you get forced out of these drakes. You are relying solely on the fact that BLX are consistently using the ultimates, right? Because that fight would not have happened if Axel didn't burn Onslaught of Shadows on an already dead Fails, right? Like, that kill was secured. Why burn that key ultimate when it can scatter a team fight? And it feels that's their only win condition. Hope Blacklist X falter so AKB can come in and clean up.
Basically, you have to out-execute, bait things out, and get out. Swapped also burnt the Shockwave on that fight early onto Fail, so they really didn't have that many tools available. Now, with the Baron buff, of course, the scenario changes here. It's no longer about the team fights. It's now more about the sieges. And we already said that Akuma Blades has this better split push. You don't have a great 1v1 answer to Lagoat James, to Hexmas, or to Fluke.
Oh, Axel short changes the ultimate and gets rooted straight in the face. That's going to call the rest of AKB up. The hook lands onto NBG. He is forced to use that Zanya's early, and the shockwave only draws 2 in, but it does almost no damage. Oh, that is a huge critical error on BLX's side, as now AKB have a 5-on-4 push.
You said it, Orbital, that they needed to kind of hope that the ults don't quite land right. They didn't. That was really used by the side of Blacklist, and not to a lot of effect. I'm going to point out, too, that Fluke was at no point at any risk of dying. The Onslaught of Shadows was hijacked, so even if you did manage to get multiple members onto Fluke, Fluke just takes that right over the wall, and they're going to be A-okay here. So really low-risk play from Akuma Blades that pays off huge here as they take all the inner turrets.
That it is all down, and in contrast, in stark contrast, 0 towers taken on BLX's side. They are sitting with a massive gold deficit of 10k right now. That means that they have to make a crazy play, and Fluke is going to try and run his way out, tries and uses the Kingslayer to keep himself alive, but that is just a complete cut down. Axel picking himself up a kill.
Unfortunate that Fluke goes down, but ultimately, it doesn't change matters too much. We are still looking at just shy of a 10,000 gold lead. The Baron push is over. Yes, there's 15 seconds left, but realistically, the Blades had already backed off. And now, Blacklist, just 5 minutes ago, we're very confident they win a fight on open ground. Now, not so sure. They're still very strong, and another Death Bush seems to be paying off here.
Yeah, I mean, just Fnatic all over the place. Lagoat James going huge in the front line, actually holding him off for a while. Hexmas finally coming in. Shockwave draws 1 in, and that is going to be the collateral damage to keep Hexmas alive. But Ashel and the squad are sitting about 50% HP for some members. This is going to be Mountain Soul, though, to BLX. So even though they have no towers, they can rest assured that they will have the scaling on their side, as well as an extra shield.
Good for Blacklist here, because they are the ones who kind of benefit from just stalling out the game. They've got now tankiness to stop themselves getting picked off. And you can see, as long as Link is alive, they win these fights here. Keyboarder, can you run away here against everybody speeding up?
Well, Axel says, no, you can't, but might have dove a bit too far. That's going to be Keyboarder saying, yeah, I'm still really fed right now. 6-0-4, 3 items deep, and that's a simple kill. That's going to open up this mid lane. Again, inhibitor is free for the taking for AKB.
Last couple of engages we've seen from Axel have not ended well. At this point, I will, if you are outside of Blacklist, you kind of tell Axel, don't engage anymore. Let Ashel engage. You follow up because your choices are kind of sus right now. That overchase was really, really deep, and you can't afford to do that when you're already on the back foot. It feels like every time Blacklist looked like, hey, we got a catch. We have a way of coming back in.
I mean, hey, Ashel can engage or Swap can engage. Either way, those ultimates work. They found the stun onto Fluke as he is forced to Zhonya's. That's a double kill for the Orianna in the mid lane. Finally, this champion that has been farming up a storm, still 40 CS up over her other laner, is currently piloting some of these team fights.
It really doesn't feel like Akuma Blades is that far in the lead. I mean, the goal, but the map shows something completely different here. Blacklist are able to find the better catches right now. It's really been great the way they found it. And yeah, I love the fact that Swap is not afraid to burn that shockwave really, really quickly here. Is fully aware that as long as Link is alive, you know what? Even if the shockwave doesn't hit multiple members good enough, we remove one, we remove two, and they can't effectively dive. We can peel for our Jinx. That is the win con here. And so at this point, Oberto, I'm going to say, let's ignore the gold lead. Let's just look at how these fights turn out, because both teams right now need to find picks. If they go into a full brawl, I don't know who walks out alive.
I feel it really comes down to whether Keyboarder and Legault James are alive for AKB. Right? I feel that's where a majority of the gold lead is currently sitting. If Keyboarder is forced out of fight, if he is low, he is not going to survive. And if AKB continuously walk in one member at a time in these situations, you're just in for a rough game. That's going to be Hexmas finding Ashel, and they're immediately going to turn it around. Shockwave lands, and they just stun him up and run him out, knock him away from the lantern, and that is grazed down. Hexmas, critical error here in the 30th minute. And that's going to open up Baron for BLX.
Throughout this, Legault James is trying to push down that bot side as fast as they can here. Can they stall? They're not stopping the Baron at all. The Baron continues to burn down.
Yeah, they're going to opt for this trade. I don't think they're able to swap it out, but Swap actually is going to get dragged in. Fails now on the run. Keyboarder trying to stay alive, and it actually looks like Legault James is just going to try and end it. They're trying to stop the recalls. Karma is back. Same with Orianna, and over the wall, Keyboarder still cutting him down. Oh, Fails is trying his best, and this is the follow-up that might hurt. BLX running their opponents out of their base. Flash forward from NBG. Nets himself a couple of kills. Double kill for the Karma in the top side. So Baron secured for dead. AKB attempted a backdoor, but were concisely shut down.
Is not on the same page right now. Legault James had to be telling his team, guys, I'm pushing bot, just stall. But Hexmas wanted to go for a pick, wanted to go for a fight, and it cost them so much here. That was what, 4 members dead for the side of Akuma Blades. When that didn't need to happen, the Baron loss is almost secondary at this point here. But Blacklist did not come out unscathed either. Their base is kind of in shambles. That Nexus turret is very, very low on health, and they've got supers pushing in mid and bot lane. Great, you got Baron, but it's kind of offset by these super minions.
This is the textbook definition of a stall Baron, right? I don't think that BLX are going to get anything. They will not be able to take that many towers. Yes, they get one in the bot side, but this is just the freestanding gold, right? This is the gold that has been there for quite some time and probably should have been picked up about 5 minutes ago. So finally clearing a little bit of it out. It's now 53 to 58.6k gold. And Elder up in a minute and a half, but that's going to be Axel diving into the backside. He wants a little bit of fight. Solar Flare does land on Keyboarder, but they chose instead to go for Hexmas, and now Legault James is in. What else can happen? It looks like they have gotten what they wanted. Some summoners out and a couple extra flashes. A little bit of a win for BLX.
They need more here. Elder is going to come out just pretty much as Baron expires, and with the supers pushing up their bot side, if they don't shove hard enough here, they will lose out.
Yeah, that's going to be the second mid lane tower down, and BLX are going to be happy with that trade, right? 38 seconds left on the Baron. They have been able to break in a little bit of the base, so that's 3 towers and a Baron. I think they will consider that a massive win. Cut down that gold, but that's going to be the hook on Axel. They don't want the fight to end. The AKB say, hey, we'll take it right back. Into the backline goes Fluke, but he is quickly destroyed. Shockwave draws Hexmist right back out. And this might be BLX just running the show. AKB pick the fight, but BLX close it out. Double kill for Link on this Jinx as Elder spawns right on time. AKB are in for a world of pain.
Axel survived that. Axel was initiated on the Moonstone coming through, the shields coming through. Where is the healing cut? It's still, you only had it on Hexmist, and Hexmist wasn't really able to find everybody here. Blacklist should be able to take this. Maybe Lagoat trying to do his darnest here will not let you go with taking a major objective. I feel like every time we see a major objective goes down, we also see Lagoat taking out in him.
Oh, but Axel has something to say. He's been so far annoyed at these opponents. You can see it coming out. Keyboarder might be soloed out. That's a quick Elder Blast to the face. 1,000 gold shutdown goes to the pony, and Keyboarder falls for the first time this game.
The Elder Drake right now just means you can't fight. And Keyboarder's been doing an amazing job so far. It's not that Keyboarder hasn't been attacked. It's that Keyboarder's been able to kill pretty much any threat that gets onto them by the time you're onto Keyboarder. But with Elder Drake, it doesn't take much now to burst down that very, very squishy Yordle. The last major objective, the Baron, Blacklist finally got their first turret. They got 3 in rapid succession. Now with Elder here, with only the inhib in the mid lane, they can potentially look to just try and crack the base open here. X-Fluke?
Fluke wants it. Remember, if he can get this last inhibitor, that will mean double super minions pushing into BLX's base, and that would actually cause a possible disjoint if they try to go for that extra Baron. Mid tower is being shredded so quickly. That's going to be Blacklist being able to pick up an inhibitor for themselves. They just want to end it right here. Fluke has to get back to his team.
They don't win this here. 1 minute. You need to stall for 1 minute here, but you don't have great wave clear. And look at Jinx just taking that turret down from safety with those rockets.
That's going to be a hook going a little bit wide first. Nexus Tower falls. Zenith Blade misses, but fails it very, very low. Shockwave dropped you in, but in return, Shockwave is so much stronger. Double kill for Link. The Elder is doing so much work. That's going to be a blast to the back of Justana's head. BLX find the marks that they want, and they will take game number 1. Not clean by any stretch of the imagination, but a win is a win.
We didn't ask for clean. We asked for entry. We asked for close, and we're definitely getting that. What? This does not feel like game 1 of the finals. This feels like a game 5. It should be a game 5. Base races, trading, kills back and forth. My goodness. And this is only game 1. I cannot wait to see what they're going to do after this. Akuma Blades, Blacklist, both these teams say they have prepared strategies. They have other tricks up their sleeves here. And now we've seen the Karma top. We've seen the sort of Jinx hypercarry composition. How are the Blades going to answer this?
Well, that is a question that we will have to wait and see the answer for in game number 2 as they fall 0-1. But again, they have time to scale back. Ball is in their court. We will see what they can do after this short intermission. And welcome back, everyone, to the Upsurge Minor League Finals, where after a very exciting game number one that saw Blacklist X have their base overrun, they were able to make it back and take down Akuma Blades after a thrilling Baron take. Now in game number two, Akuma Blades have opted to stay on the blue side, so they feel like that is their best opportunity. But I mean, Random, is that really the best option? Where did they go wrong in that game?
For the most part, I think that game got a little bit too hyphy. Just in general, for us, for the players, there were some very rushed decisions, especially come out both junglers, Hexmith and Axel, which I think caused the game to kind of go the way it did there. And Akuma Blades actually got off to a really big lead in the early game, which is exactly what they needed to do. I believe the biggest gold lead they had at one point was about 11.3k gold. So that should have been a game closing amount here. I think both teams just need to settle down a little bit, or well, more for Akuma Blades. They need to settle down a little bit, not get caught up in the flow of the game. And I think they'll bounce right back because that game one was very, very close.
Yeah, and something that had to be pointed out, Keyboarder played one hell of a game number one. 7-1-6, I think, or 7-2-6 by the end of it, of course, dying at the very end at the Nexus, but put up an incredible number, well above his counterpart over on the Jinx for Blacklist X, and yet just could not find the openings, continuously had to watch his team members die. So, I mean, I would have to agree, hoping Akuma Blades are able to play around this strong player and maybe start seeing, but for Blacklist X, there's got to be something that changes for that early game. I mean, dropping 6 towers to 0, that I feel like that can't happen again.
And I think the first thing they can do is just not run exhaust in the Hecarim. That like I was trying to think, okay, how does this exhaust work? And I was like, okay, maybe you go for the duels with the grave. You actually try and fight early, but we didn't see that come through. And if it's not going to come through, I think you see the Ghost Flash, and that's more effective, especially considering that Axel already, without Ghost Flash, managed to get an amazing steal on the Dragon, still managed to get some really effective initiates and ganks off.
Yeah, and something to point out is in the minor leagues here, honestly, that level of pressure and pushing, I don't think I've ever seen really a team be able to completely force out the originally positioned team, right? That was Akuma Blades completely being shoved out of the Dragon Pit by just sheer pressure. And that's very rarely happens. Usually ends in a bloody brawl, and yet Akuma Blades were saying, okay, let's go ahead and back off. So let's see if they do try and contest. Maybe they set up a little bit better. Maybe they find the picks earlier. But like you said, Blacklist X on that point, ready to try and get those steals down. Very excited to see what they can do. Here once again, though, game number 2. Let's see if Akuma Blades have opted to say, hey, listen, some of those champions in that last game might have caused us some problems. Now, remember last time it was Nocturne, Rel, and Olaf, and this time outright they say, okay, the Hecarim no longer on the table.
I think the Hecarim ban is fair here, because you can continue to prioritize Tristana as the Akuma Blades. That, as you mentioned, definitely worked for Keyboarder. Keyboarder was able to find picks as an ADC on their own, which is hard to say when you're not looking at a Kai'Sa, but definitely worked out. So I think the Hecarim ban is fair. I would actually like to see Hexmith, though, on, I think, something a bit tankier, because Legoat James on a carry looked really, really good.
Yeah, it seemed very strong, very potent in that top side. Maybe not run NBG on that Karma, right? Give him a little bit something that can duel a little bit heavier. That is going to be the Galio once again. So far, Blacklist X opting to run the exact same ban, say, hey, we were able to somewhat mitigate that early game pressure, but Akuma Blades still not wanting that Nocturne anywhere close to the Rift.
For Blacklist, I think you can leave most of your bans the way they were. The Galio Seraphine definitely worked. Fluke was down, and we have to keep in mind, Fluke picked the Silas after the Orianna was shown, so that was something they opted into, and they were down about 40 CS there for Fluke, so that's not a good look. And Blacklist can continue to look at that. Maybe they change up this ban, though. That third ban, a Tristana ban, I think would be a pretty solid one here. You take that away from Keyboarder, and you take away what really felt like that one hope they had to come back in after that really rough mid-late game.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Karma has also been banned away. So Akuma Blade saying, hey, that top lane,
Okay.
even though we were winning it, just caused too many problems. The shielding was too powerful. So 2 of the 5 taken off the table. Excuse me. And Blacklist X saying, hey, the Thresh was a major problem. Those hooks, those death sentences were very, very strong. Olaf being hovered, it was banned away in game number 1. So Akuma Blades instantly nabbed that one up.
Yeah, not quite the tank I was hoping for, but you know what? It is still really solid, and it was actually, I believe, Blade Bandit here in that first game. But I don't know if it's worth giving it Tristana. I think the Tristana was way stronger here. Maybe they're thinking we give the Trist, we pick the Jinx.
I almost feel like that would be a down trade, as the Rel was also left open. So now Akuma Blades really put in a tough position, giving over 2 primary picks. They better have an answer in the bottom side.
The Olaf already, in a way, kind of deals with the Rel. You can Ragnarok through everything that Rel brings to the table, hunt down that Tristana a little bit, but it's not ideal, right? That's only one answer right now, and I think we need a little bit more than that. Zaya being hovered, that will bring you a lot of team fight, and I like the adaptation already from Akuma Blades, because already with the Zaya pickup, it tells me that you're not super heavily indexed to the early game like we saw before. You've got a bit more of a front line with that Olaf as well. And for the Blades here, I don't normally, you see at this point the support pickup, jungle support, ADC usually picked up. I actually wouldn't mind them picking up, you know, one of their solo lanes at this point, maybe the Darius for Legoat, but hey, you know what? Brahm's fine too. That's really defensive, really solid.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Braum in a long time, but still having that shield, having that concussive blows is going to stall out a lot of these battles that Blacklist might be able to, or might be trying to bring to the table. Now Swapped is hovering that Karthus for his team, which it is locked in. All right, we have the Mad Stinger in the jungle, I believe, for Axel.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. That is very not how Axel normally plays, that early aggressive ganks into all the lanes. But having a Karthus in the game automatically instantly changes how everything works. You basically, it's like having an Elder Drake almost, right? On your team once you hit 6, you cannot drop below a certain threshold, and you just have to play extremely carefully. More importantly, Braum cannot block Requiem. I don't care how you try and Unbreakable it, you're still going to get hit. You can, however, Featherstorm it. So for at least the ADC here, for Keyboarder, they have a way out. But so far, what we're seeing for that Braum, for that Olaf, not so much. And we'll have to see if the solo laners will have some way of dealing with that Requiem as well.
Yeah, now last time we did see Swapped pushing down into Fluke quite a bit. We saw Fluke down, I think, about 30 to 40 CS pretty much consistently across the board. So I'm curious if they are going to give that opportunity to Swap to have that counter pick, maybe a little bit higher priority choice. And I think Akuma Blades have also noticed that. The Yone being banned away, possibly another mid lane ban. Might see a blind pick for NBG. 15 seconds left to tell. Yep.
I was going to say a lane dominant champ. You want to take out the lane dominant mid laners because Fluke was already struggling. If you give Swap something that can absolutely destroy you in lane, you're in for a really rough time. I mean, you can still go with the Orianna. That is a very safe pickup in the mid lane here. And it pairs so well with that Rel as well. Top lane pick, actually. Okay.
Yeah, so saving that once again. And this is definitely signaling that Link and Swapped are going to be the 2 primary carries. No matter what you say, this Shen will be going to one of those 2 with the Stand Uniteds. Now Akuma Blades have to deal with that understanding. You now have to put Fluke on something that he is going to be comfortable with and possibly 2v1 pretty much consistently throughout the game as soon as level 6 occurs.
I wouldn't necessarily take Axel out the picture as a carry. Karthus does a lot of damage here. Yeah, a lot of globals already coming through for the side of Blacklist here, and that makes it so difficult to play against. Normally, if there's one global, you focus that lane because
wow,
out and okay, that is some skill coming through for Akuma Blades here. I'm curious as well because you're kind of blind picking that kill into the top lane. You don't. Oh, actually, no, you do know it's a Shen top, so I guess it's not a blind pick. Yeah, it's a fairly safe. It's a fairly safe pickup against the Shen. And now the question is, what's coming out here mid, or are they actually potentially running another ADC? That is an option. Tristana can flex mid as well, though I would be surprised to see it here.
I mean, the Victor is still up. It is a powerful pick against a lot of these options. I would have even been happy to see a Kassadin for Swapped. I would love to see him rift walking all over, especially with double APs. But of course, Kassadin, I don't think has been in the meta for a very long time. Instead, Victor has been hyping up those tier lists so far, and having the Mad Mechanic in that mid lane is going to cause a lot of problems, or I should say Mad Inventor, not Mechanic. Very sorry for all the Victor mains out there. But we do have the lock-in. Victor against Orianna. I mean, Swap really couldn't ask for a better lane to start farming and getting all powerful once again.
And on top of that, too, the sheer damage Victor puts out is actually a pretty good pick into the Olaf as well, because you can't CC an Olaf who's Ragnarok, but you can dump lots of damage and just kill them before they get to your backline. That is a viable option here. So I really like that pickup. And just generally, I love what Blacklist has done with their composition here. They've got great skill. They've got amazing team fight as well. They've got the global pressure, so you're never really alone. It's just really solid all around here. We already saw them bounce back, scale back up in the last game. This time, I think they've drafted themselves a solid early game. Akuma Blades, on the other hand, a bit more mixed feelings. It feels like they've gone a complete 180 from game one.
Mhm.
Game one, all about the early game, right? You win your lanes, you try and transition that lead. Now, with a kill top, you're not winning. There's no pressure coming from a kill top early. Yes, kill has been changed so that she does have a bit of damage, but it's frankly not going to be enough. Your mid lane, Orianna, we've already seen that, doesn't have a huge amount of dominance or priority. And your bot side, Braum is not a support who takes over the lane. Braum is a support who basically goes, nope, I deny everything that comes my way. But you're basically kind of leaving Hexmith out to dry here.
Yeah, and not just that, it feels like Akuma Blades have, in essence, drafted 3 losing lanes. These are, like you said, lanes that are not going to win. And that puts Olaf at such a large disadvantage. You want that Olaf to be able to invade, deal with Axel on this Karthus, right? Without any help. And we saw how kind of bullheaded both these junglers can be at certain points. If they decide to put their mind to something, they will do it one way or another, whether their team is ready and willing to help them. Do you think this is going to spell disaster for Akuma Blades? Do you think this is the big gamble that they're taking here in just the second game of this best of 5 series?
I do think it's going to be problematic for them. We've not really seen the Blades have to play too far behind. They've only lost 1 game, all split long, and they even in almost all the games they won, if I recall correctly, there's only been 1 game where they really fell behind in the early game. There's another 2 where they fell behind in the mid game, but early is where they tend to excel. And when you drop like this, you're not going to win the early game. The only sort of saving grace I kind of see here is that we're not seeing an aggressive jungler coming through from Axel. So despite all the losing lanes, I think Hexmith should be safe on their own side for the most part here. That said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you see an invading Karthus. I've seen weirder things, but would surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, and for the side of Blacklist X, I mean, this is a team that we already saw do very well towards that mid to late game. Now that they have what is in essence 3 pseudo winning lanes gifted, gift wrapped pretty much by their opponents, do you see them instead being the ones to take over, take those 6 towers early, take those 3 towers early, and stacking those dragons even faster? Do you think they're going to allow the game to kind of slowly ramp up like they did in game number 1?
I don't think Blacklist wanted to be that passive in game 1, so I'm expecting to see them be more proactive game 2. But I would be very impressed and very surprised if they can pull off what Akuma Blades, because Akuma Blades, they just ripped right through the early game. You saw how quickly the first 2 turrets went down. The third one could have gone down even faster if they just wanted to focus it, but they were trying to give that extended laning phase over to Legoat James to kind of continue growing that lead. So I don't think I'd be very surprised if we do see that sort of early game, but I do expect Blacklist to be the one calling the shots, at least for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and now let's transition, right? Because last time we saw Legoat James try and do some cheeky backdoor items, right? Just Urgot honestly is one of the slower split pushes in the game, right? Doesn't really take anything too quickly. But now you have this kill. So let's theorize, for instance, that this kill is able to hit level 16 in good standing, maybe a couple kills under her belt. My question comes about, right? As we load in, you can go ahead, see the swap. We are on to the rift for game number 2. I still want to continue this question. Legoat James, if he's able to hit level 16, do you think it's going to have a different outcome with him split pushing on the side and constantly trying to pressure down those side lanes?
No, I don't.
We try to give him the benefit of the doubt, just no.
I mean, yes, Gale can take turrets faster than the Urgot, but honestly, you're still an AP champion, right? So it's not going to be quite as effective. And I think in this particular case, the kill is just much stronger in a team fight. You want Legoat to be with the rest of the team pumping out that damage, giving you the double sustained damage threats in the fight along with Keyboarder here. If not, the rest of your comp kind of doesn't work. Because when you pick that Braum, you're saying that we've got targets worth protecting. Xayah is independent with the Featherstorm, with the sort of disengage and the peel that they have built into their kit. You don't need to pick it for the Xayah. So I have to assume you picked it for the kill. And if your kill is split pushing, your Braum's value is heavily diminished here.
Well, not in the early game, as Braum is known as one of the most powerful level 1 invaders. You know, get that concussive blows, just follow up with a couple undertows, and you have a kill for yourself. But AKB were spotted out, so they will have free reign of this bottom side of the map. They are also going to go for that buff steal, so AKB might be able to pull off a 3 buff start for Hexmist.
Okay, and this then now raises the question if Axel is going to go and try and split the map with the vertical jungling here. We see the red buff being taken. Immediately, Axel is rotating over. So it actually doesn't look like they'll 3 buff. It looks like we're going to get vertical jungling. And this puts that Tristana Rel bot lane, which normally wants to play very aggressively, in a bit of a bind. Because if they do step up, they could find an Olaf showing up right behind them here.
That would feel so bad. Oh man, we're doing so well. Oh dear, there's an Olaf right behind us. That never feels good, as Fails once again having some fun throwing out some of these skill shots, and we saw how good he was on that Thresh. And this time with the Braum, I'm curious how many he will be able to land. They do hit level 2 early. They're going to go ahead and apply their pressure as Fluke. Once again, taking a lot of pain in that mid lane.
Getting hammered up here. I mean, that's a completely different look from game 1, where we saw Legault kind of being the one to push down on NBG here. And that aggression is what allows Axel to get in and get out safely, confidently as well, knowing that there is backup should there be a fight in the jungle.
And this is already getting a little bit spicier than game number 1, right? In game number 1, it was kind of testing the waters. It's round 1 of boxing, where you're just trying to feel out on your opponent. What can I do and get away with? You know, how far can I push this lane? And now, again, massive poke coming out on both sides. Everyone going at it. You saw a couple health bars on the side of BLX already down to about half. Potions being run as Fails early roam here. Level 3. Oh my gosh.
You could see that they knew the call was made that, hey, be a little bit careful, Swap, shove it back out, because we don't have vision at all on this bot side. Keyboarder going back and pick up an early call here. So really, Blades completely embracing the fact that they're not going for the early game here. Last game they did that because they were hit. This game I think they're doing it because they are not expecting to win the early game, and they've just completely just given up on it.
Well, Link might have said the same thing because he matches the Cole pickup. Love to see it, as Axel I think showed a little bit in the river, so Legault's just like, come on, I just want to farm. NBG says, nah, I can't let you do that. You know, really can't let a Kale get anywhere close to level 16.
Point out that Legault's actually doing really well in terms of farming here, considering that you're not ranged. Like before level 6, Kale is a melee minion, effectively. So the fact that they're keeping fairly even in CS with that huge wave there is really good already here for the side of Legault, James. I would like to have seen Axel stick around, but instead, never mind. Hexmist?
Hexmist got caught out and just 4 members strong. He will go down for first blood, and of all people, it goes to Swapped. BLX up with first blood.
Orbital. No. Is Hexmist going to get invaded? Not is Hexmist going to go invading. You literally have no backup, and you can see that every single lane was not in a position to help. The lanes were pushed out. They barely shoved them in, and that was with how long it took for everybody to get all the way to the Wolves Pit here. Hexmist, I know you want to play aggressively, but you just can't do that. You do not get to do that right now, and you will be punished should they catch you doing that ever again.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of greediness, a little bit of overconfidence that has caused some problems as Keyboarder goes ahead and throws out some of the feathers. Good damage going down as Fluke now. Axel, understanding that this mid lane is going heavily in favor of Swapped, might as well pay a visit.
Yeah, similar to game 1, right? Where we saw the junglers kind of going, hey, we're just coming by, just dropping by to say hi. So Axel right now just wants to power farm to 6. And Hexmist has done a good job in terms of aggressively clearing camps here, is up gold, and now is actually starting up that dragon here, that Inferno Drake, completely unwatched, unattended. So they're doing a really good job. Axel, I think just ignore all of that right now. Hit 6, get that Requiem. That's when you become a threat here, whether you're seen or unseen.
Yeah, just always having that possible execute and stacking up that Dark Harvest, right? That's numero uno on any Karthus' list as well. Legoat finding Axel though, level 6 versus level 4, and now it's Axel's turn to possibly have some issues, but the Smite plus Stand United means Legoat James might be on the wrong side of that. Fluke also taken out of the fight, and Legoat has no mana. He is being chased. Oh, Swap, you mean mid laner. Out of everything that could have happened, BLX come out without anyone dying.
They burn a lot of resources for that, more almost I feel than they needed. Like Axel, the Stand United was necessary, but after that they could kind of just let go everything. Swap does get good damage, does get good trade, and Axel, why?
Axel just walks straight into death, and Legoat's like, yeah, cool, I'll take it. Hexmist coming up as well, and MBG actually flashes over the wall. This might be problematic, and now Hexmist says, cool, I'm here, misses the undertow as Swap comes up to help his top laner. But Axel gifting a kill back over to AKB. Both these junglers feel like they will be the catalyst for the win or loss for their squads.
Like we need confirmation at this point that Hexmist is actually AKM Hexmist and not Hexmist, and same for Axel, because what on earth just happened there? I was just going to complain that NBG burnt Stand United to help out Axel and then decided to TP from topside jungle back to lane to catch minions. That was, I felt like a gratuitous waste of that teleport. And then before I could even say that, Axel's just like, nope, hold my drink. I got you beat. Like, why? Now they're behind here. Hexmist is level 6. I expect to see this Olaf be able to have a bigger impact with this Ragnarok for the next little while here. And I think Hexmist needs to take advantage of this. You know Axel is behind. You need to punish before that Requiem comes online here.
Well, just a few more camps, and with those Raptors taken away, Axel should be able to pick up level 6 off of this red buff. So having that Requiem come in so late in the game, right? Level 4 for fails, but you know, everyone else still up with the ultimates, or should be at least, and that's going to cause a lot of chaos for any of these global objective takes.
Mm-hmm. And with these global objectives now, we have to keep in mind that we talked about this in draft. The globals are online for Blacklist. So now no lane is really safe to gank. Before it's like, okay, maybe we gank the Shen because the Karthus isn't online, but you don't have that option anymore. Requiem is now available for every single lane. So you kind of need to track where Axel is for the most part, how much mana Axel has. And maybe if you are the side of AKB here, I think you look to try and deny every blue buff from Axel.
Yeah, you can actually see the warding just as you said. You know, Hexmist and the squad trying to make sure that they have the timer on it, make sure they know where Axel is. And again, he ran exhaust, no flash for this guy, so still saying that this is the best option for him.
On the Karthus, it makes a lot more sense. That is actually a viable thing for the Karthus, and when you get invaded, you exhaust and you kind of survive that, cut the damage. So much better. And right now, I want to point something out because we haven't talked too much about the CS numbers in the lane states. But Blades, despite the almost weaker picks for the most part, is actually winning every single lane except the mid lane right now. Yes, topside, you're down 2 CS, but like I said, for kill, that's a win.
Yep, and now the fight opens up. Both junglers on the bottom side. Featherstorm has gone out, and if Root goes down as Keyboarder just snipes down Axel. That's going to be the Requiem used. Doesn't get any kills. The Stand United is popped very late into this battle. Health bar is low, fails about 50% HP. Hexmist has to flash away. Almost picked up one in return, but AKB catch out BLX napping, and they're the ones that pick up the kill.
Not only do they get the kill and get away, they're getting Legoat free farm time in this top lane. No teleport available for MBG because they decided to use it earlier. Can't get back to lane. They lose a plate, maybe 2 off that top lane turret. And Legoat is up in CS. Like, what on earth right now? And I didn't think Akuma Blades was going to get into the mid game ahead or in any state to play the game, really. But not only are they going to be in a solid position, they are actually up in terms of gold here.
I mean, it's feeling like deja vu once again. AKB run their early game. The question is, Can they translate to mid game? Because Swapped, again, up in CS is going to be this power point for the side of BLX. Already backing up that tier and should be able to go back, I believe, and pick up a Leandries, if I'm not mistaken, here shortly. So big question marks, right? If this game goes the way that game 1 did, I have some big questions about how AKB will play the mid game.
AKB, they kind of have less questions to ask, at least for the next fight here, because as we were talking about, the fact that Swap is a big threat, is a big carry here. Hexmith just needs to focus on Swap. You can ignore Link for the most part right now. Keeper has Link's number in these fights. That's likely to continue. So that Olaf only has one target in mind, and that simplifies things so much for AKB here. And you can see they are confident. They can step up. They can do this dragon. The first one was kind of snuck away. The second one, yes, they also had no vision, but this time they would have been more than happy to watch Blacklist come into them looking for a fight.
Yeah, that funnel is what Fails really wants as well. Keyboarder and Fails have not been able to show off like they did in game number 1. They want that opportunity to file up, but now the top lane is the point of contact. Goat James realizes that 2 members are here, gets a slowdown, does have flash, and is able to securely walk away from that potential gank.
You didn't have to blow a flash. Didn't even have to blow the ultimate either, Divine Judgment. You just walk that off because they couldn't land anything. And now Hexmist trying to make something count on the other side of the map.
Oh, Glacial Fissure does catch Ashel, and he is going to pull the Magnusword in with the Stand United. Might be able to survive, and Requiem comes in. Oh, BLX might have turned this around. Featherstorm goes up. Taunt with. So Keyboarder might be able to lay it out, and the recall is able to help him stay alive. Fluke is now there. No one dies. A dive from AKB and a turnaround from BLX nets 0 across the entire board.
Did no one go down orbital? I can't believe Ashel didn't get burst through that Stand United. I think Hexmist kind of bailed it. Well, I don't say it because Keyboarder and Fails kind of backed out too, but they bailed at the last second. And then the fact that the turnaround, again, the Requiem not able to find anything. Axel not having a fun time with this Karth is already a champion that not exactly fitting of that playstyle, and you can't find the kills. That is super, super rough, but Blacklist still come out of hit. They get the plates. They're closing the gold gap little by little here.
Yeah, only 400 gold separates these opponents. And, I mean, that's as close as you can get. Now, keep in mind, 2 dragons have gone the way of AKB, and those are 2 of the most important available, Ocean and Infernal. So, having a lot of power behind their team. Not to mention Mountain again. I guess the game just wants to be really rock solid and give everyone armor and magic resist. That's all they want to do.
Pretty much both these teams would benefit from that, but I'm looking at AKB's Olaf specifically. That Hexmist, getting that shield, getting those resistances are going to feel really nice when you're diving those targets here. And the stopwatch actually bought by Hexmist literally just for that one-time use has been sold now. And you know what? I think that was actually a very good use of that item. It's 650 gold to guarantee you not dying once to that Requiem. And out of all the people I shouted out for not dying, Hexmist was actually amazing. That they were basically dead before they went golden, and they still got out after the golden wore off.
Well, mythics are coming through, and Hexmist has opted as the Gore Drinker has pretty much been nerfed into the ground. Stridebaker has been picked up, so going to be jumping on people as quickly as he can. Looks like Leandries once again for swapped in top lane. I'm wondering, I think that should be an Iceborne for the Shen. My question goes to Goat James, though. Quite a few different paths that you can go with this Kale. So I'm interested to see how they opt for it. The Natural Suit's just completed, but Merc Tread's in the back pocket as well.
I think the current still most common build is with that Rift Maker after you build that Nashor's there for the sustain, for just the additional ability to cut people down, the true damage that comes through on the Rift Maker. So I suspect that's what we'll see. But, you know, there are potential alternate builds here. Axel?
Everything thrown at the wall, and that's actually a lot of damage. Zen United does go through, but that leaves NBG alone. Rest of the squad jumps in, so jungle for jungle in that bottom side fight. However, that is a lot of utility use to try and turn that kill around.
When you're behind, you're happy to trade 1-for-1 to try and, you know, keep the pace of the game accelerated. But right now for Axel, these deaths are hurting them more. Even if they trade 1-for-1 fails,
Yep, not so fail there, but a flash kill or flash stun is going to net it. Magnastorm whiffs though. The slows are enough. Top lane tower does go down. Ignite goes down on fails. Requiem now up and available. Jump to his ADC, but can't find the safety. Keyboarder feeling bad after that one. Can't convert back. Still though, Legoat James able to pick up first tower in the top side means that this kill is heavily online.
The kill carry is scary, but Keyboarder on the Xayah as well, playing really, really well. That was a 3v2, and for parts of it, it felt almost like a 3v1, but Keyboarder able to pump out all the damage, actually had kill threat on to NBG as well as Link. And so far, we've not seen these carries get involved in these big fights. When they do, I think things are going to be fun.
Oh, Axel getting picked on now. Just about 4 auto attacks from Legoat. Just says, nah, you don't get to play the game anymore. And this is what we were worried about with this Karthus pickup. Mid lane now being the object of AKB's desires with Dragon on the table as well.
No contest. Once again, doesn't matter whether they got spotted or not, because Axel is dead. And even if Axel is up, I think they're roughly about they're level down from Hexmist. No flash, no ghost, no mobility spell, and Karthus is highly immobile. So getting a steal out of Karthus right now feels like it'd be a bit of a minor miracle.
RMC, I'm getting game 1 deja vu vibes right now. Again, AKB are up. Now this time they are on soul point, which is a big difference than game number 1, but still up in towers, a little bit slower, kills going marginally different. A little bit of gold, but that's going to be a jump in. Ragnarok is popped with a Stridebreaker trying to get out and fails. Ready to cover his jungler's back. So this time Hexmist isn't going to have a problem, but the teleport in from Swap forces the flash and the follow-up. It's going to be Chaos Storm trying to move forward, but can't spin quickly enough as everyone gets out. AKB get away with a little bit of a heist of their own.
He's not just getting away with a heist, they're getting away with murder right here. Immediately, they should be punished for this, and somehow they keep finding ways out. It's not even bad play from Blacklist. It's constantly missing that last little bit. And I don't want to pin this on Axel, but if Axel was just, a little bit more ahead, had a couple more kills under their belt, that Requiem would come in real handy on these great escapes that we're seeing from Akuma Blade right now.
Hard agree with you there. And Axel looking to make up for lost time here on the bottom side of Keyboarder steps up. That is a lot of damage. That's going to be the jump in. Magnastorm whiffs again, but they just need the slow. Featherstorm goes up, and the recall might be used. And Axel gets rooted underneath, just outside of tower range, actually. Man, I thought that was Axel's 5th death of the game right there. But an attempt failed once again as mid lane pressured down by AKB. They're getting so much from these failed gank attempts.
Failed gank means that someone was there who wasn't somewhere else. And right now, Akuma doesn't even have to try to get sort of lane priorities here, because people are always leaving lane and they're just always kind of failing to convert those ganks. Now, NBG here has to be careful. You just walk away, mate. You don't want it.
But the collapse might be enough. Swapped does have Rel attached. So that will be Hexmist looking to throw an axe. Might be able to smite it. Does smite it away. Wow. Uses the Ragnarok, and they're just burning ultimates left and right just to taunt their opponents here. Bottom lane goes down. 3 towers to 0. AKB up quite a bit here in this game number 2.
I mean, that Ragnarok ult isn't that big right now because there isn't a huge objective to fight for necessarily. Yes, Baron's up in 30 seconds. No, neither of them are going to try and take it on spawn here. So why not just burn it? You deny, once again, yet another cap from Axel here. And on the other side, because Ashel had to go up to back everyone else up, they left Link alone. They lose that turret. And now, again, all 3 outer turrets are down. Yes, you don't have the Tristana this time to shred it, but I don't think you need it.
Uh-oh, that's a stun. Keyboarder does get jumped on. Shutdown goes Axel's way as a Keyboarder, rightfully so, saves all summoner spells.
Yeah, good catch there. I think, that's one way to get back into it. You find 1 kill onto the ADC, but actually it's a very low kill game. I was going to say, but it's only 4. You've only got 4 kills, but both teams only have 4 kills. It's just been Akuma Blades finding macro objectives at this point. They're trying to take back a red buff for themselves now for Axels. They should be able to get this one. There's no one down here.
Don't say that. I mean, a Q from Braum could probably have stolen that. That's going to be the Shockwave use, one-on-one duel. Although I don't think it's going to be respected as both supports once again come towards mid. Fluke, though, taking a lot of pain here from this Chaos Storm. Swapped winning a few times, but this time running low on health.
That's already a pretty good trade considering how we've seen most of the trades in the mid lane go. It has been, for the most part, Swap just getting the damage and Fluke having to back off. So being able to answer an equal trade is good. Fluke is down a lot of CS again, though. So not the ideal position for them. But on the other hand, Lego James, level 13 now, 3 more levels before kill becomes fully unlocked here.
I mean, if you're talking about CS differentials, Heximus also sitting well above his opponent. And in the bottom lane, Keyboarder up 50 right now. This man has been a monster so far and been the rock that AKB need. Now, with the Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, this has to be a contest, I feel, from BLX, but they might be walking right into a trap.
Akuma here, you can afford to just give that up right now and just buy time for your kill. If you don't feel comfortable, just walk away. You already have the 3 dragons here. You're good to go. You can always come back and threaten the next soul porn, but at least for now, it looks like Lagoat is coming in. We might get to see our first full fight from both of these teams, which is something that's took 22 minutes. It's been a time coming.
Yeah, and this is going to be the stat check of stat checks if Axel is able to not die before this fight occurs. And that's going to be a jump force in United use on Axel as well. Ashel, and that's going to be a jump right in the back. Keyboarder treads through Ashel, and that's going to be the safety use. Shockwave lands on 1. Killing spree for Lagoat. That's the Requiem doing nothing. Double kill falls up. Lagoat flashes forward and says, yeah, let's go. I want more kills. AKB come out flying in this fight, and Swamp gets exhausted. He is going to be killed. And that is a follow-up ace as AKB, I'm pretty sure, take that 5-0.
Yeah, Blacklist just failing, unfortunately, the stat check by a huge margin there. And once again, Axel not getting a single kill on that Requiem. Heximus down to, what was that, 20, 30 health? But it doesn't matter. If you don't get the kill, you don't get the kill. Close doesn't count here in League of Legends. And now, on a team that's already up ahead in terms of pretty much every metric we look at, they get Baron as well. And all those outer turrets that went down are going to be nothing compared to what we're going to see in the next 3 minutes.
Pain is coming Blacklist's way. They took game number 1. AKB said, yeah, cool, we're ready. We know exactly what went wrong, and this is their answer. A Kale in the top side, utilizing that safety, that immortality that she brings to the table, and thus far, it's done so well. 4-0-3 for Lagoat James. And in the mid lane, right, Fluke, last time, down quite a bit, and, down in kills, assists, and just about everything on the board. This time around, 0-0-5, able to get off some good shockwaves and catch out key members. Everyone on AKB here, you said they needed to calm down in RMC. I think they have.
Definitely, considering that up to about 2 minutes ago, it was 4-4 in a 22-minute game. Definitely, both teams have kind of decided to play a bit more measured here. And Akuma Blades, I think, really benefiting from that. And it reflected right away. When you picked their composition, you knew that they had to calm down. They had to play it more carefully, or they were guaranteed to lose. And so far, they've bounced back huge here in the second game.
Well, Oriana Ball out in front, and they're now going to try and fight again. Ashel jumps right in and might just die. Keyboarder says, get out of my face. This is my lane. Shockwave lands onto 2 to follow it up. And a double kill with the recall on the feathers. Triple kill for Keyboarder as he goes legendary. 7-1-2 to his name. AKB say, yeah, game number 2, all us.
I just don't understand that engage. Like, what was the idea there from Axel? That the team wasn't quite all together. I think at this point, Blacklist is kind of going, okay, GG go next. We need to start planning for the next game here. And if that's what they are thinking, then I'm thinking they need to look at Axel, because they, that for the side of Akuma Blades, they prepared really well for what they were walking to. I don't think anybody could have prepared for Axel, Blacklist, or Akuma here.
Not at all. Down goes the Nexus, and Akuma Blades tied up 1-1 here in the series. And as you said, RMC, a lot of mistakes to fix, but a lot of great points for both these squads, as we're starting to see some cracks in the armor, but a lot of people stepping up at the same time.
Keyboarder this game was absolutely amazing. I mean, yes, in game 1 already, that Tristana was the bright shining point for that team along with Lagoat, but this time, on the Zaya just looked absolutely monstrous, nigh untouchable, shredding everybody. That last fight, I was just watching what happened to NBG there. It was just like, okay, that's the tank. And when the blade collar got pulled, it looked like he went from 40 to 0 instantly.
Yeah, just a strong player indeed. And now, triple threat pretty much across the board here for AKB. If they can continue to play solid gameplay, I think that they might be able to take game number 3 as well. But Blacklist X might have something to say about it. You know, watching how they play, they want a little bit of revenge on their side, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 here at the Upsurge Minor League Finals. And welcome back here for game number 3 in this thrilling or not so thrilling, depending on who you're watching, series so far. I mean, we've had ups and downs in that last game. It felt completely one-sided for Akuma Blades, kind of winning in almost every aspect of the lanes from early to mid.
Definitely a bit of a thriller in game 2. Thriller in terms of the music video where you've got dressed up like monsters prancing around doing nothing at all. Axel, I'm looking right at you. Please don't play the Karthus again. The series, we have a series at least. This is not a clean 3-0 from either of these teams, which is saying something considering how impressive these teams have been. They 3-0'd their semifinals. We're not going to get that in the finals. We are getting an actual series. And more importantly, we're going to get to see more different things. Blacklist has played 2 different styles so far, and they can always swap back to that first style that they played, or they can throw something else different. In their regular season, they played very aggressively early. We haven't seen that come up from Blacklist yet.
Yeah, and you know, it's one thing to say that you have those styles in your back pocket. It's another to say that you can excel on it. Obviously, that style that they tried to do didn't really work, and maybe it was just that single champion, right? It felt like the rest of the lanes were hoping, and again, something that I personally want to see, and we haven't really touched on. Swapped pretty much winning the mid lane single-handedly. Why not continue applying pressure at that point, right?
Definitely. And I mean, we said it right from the very beginning. We were told that, hey, Blacklist thinks that they're going to dominate Fluke in the mid lane, right? And it has been true. Swapped has won that lane in both of these games. And in the first game, you pick the Silas. That's an aggressive lane. You don't pick a Silas to sit back and just watch the range champion bully you, right? You have to go back. You have to trade back. And Swap did well. So agreed. I would like to see Swap get a bigger part to play here in this next game.
Yeah, maybe see him be able to rotate out of the lane, apply a little bit more pressure, use his lead to an advantage, and instead of having to sit there for 15 minutes and wonder, when do I get my chance to shine? Now, on the top side, I also want to talk about this because Legoat James came out like a rocket out of nowhere, level 13, farming on his own. Yes, he did kind of have a free lane, but massive kill score. I think it was like 5-0 and 8 or 9 by the end of that game, and really showing off that, hey, he can play these late game carry champions to great effect.
And it wasn't all about the late game for this kill either. Early on, we were talking about the fact that, okay, the kill is doing well. They're even in CS. But not only were they even in CS, but Legoat was actually able to even start winning out some of the later trade against that Shen in the 1v1. So there wasn't even the split push threat from Blacklist to come back in the end of the game. It felt like they comprehensively sealed off every avenue in that game too for Akuma Blade. So really, really strong performance. And as you mentioned, makes us eager to see what else Legoat can pull out. There's still the picks like the Darius, like the Camille. Darius being mostly bad, but Camille is a potential possibility here. I've heard inklings of Garen from Legoat, so maybe we see the God King come out.
Oh, man. I hate the fact that you even bring that up and say that's part of the meta because it is so true. Seeing like mid lane Garen, even these champions that just cause a lot of havoc and feel like it grows back. I think it was I forgot what season it was, maybe 6 or 7. Watching Faker face off against an Aurelia and actually counterpicking with the Olaf, right? For the first time, you just see like a random melee matchup in the mid lane. You're like, that should, and then he solo kills. Like, come on, man, come on, that shouldn't work, but it does, and that sort of innovation might be necessary to be able to get an advantage here. So we are going into draft, and this time we see a little swap up because Blacklist X lost that last game. They have opted for the blue side, so maybe seeing a little bit of shifts, maybe a little bit of a change in priority moving into this game 3.
There's not been a huge shape up in terms of the bans and draft so far here, but here, because of the side swap, it's going to be interesting to see what they ban. I expect to see continued Galio Seraphine coming through from Blacklist X tier. They are not really the team to play that Seraphine anyways if it is open, so they won't first pick it. But the Tristana is available, the Hecarim as well, and this time Blacklist can potentially just pick that up right away. They don't have to worry about it. They do have to worry about Akuma though, getting the double OPs, which is what we saw last game. Tristana Rel, R1, R2, that's really, really strong.
Yeah, and I think something that you have to keep eyes on if you are Blacklist X. Now, Keyboarder, he has shown himself to be at the forefront now. We were talking about top and mid. Nah, it's all about that ADC role. It's all about that bottom lane. If you can't shut this guy down, he will take over the game. He will be getting triple, quadra kills against you, and you will have to face the wrath of the feathers, the rockets, whatever starts coming out. So I want to see what they can do with that. Seraphine and Galio, just like you stated. However, we're getting to that point where we saw some change-ups, right? Some of the Hecarim bans, some of the Thresh bans. Let's see what they decide to do here in this game 3. Hecarim still potentially taken off the table, still saying that that is a viable threat.
For sure. I think that Hecarim is huge here in terms of what they're able to do. It is, I think, globally one of the highest prioritized junglers in terms of pro play here. So you just want to take that off the board. And now the last question is, Tristana, yay or nay? Because we saw Keyboarder perform well on it, but last game, Link didn't look quite as powerful on that Tristana here. So it looks like they're comfortable giving that once again over to Blacklist, knowing that their Xayah is more than capable of handling that Tristana here.
And Akuma Blades actually say, hey, we don't want to give that Olaf over. And NBG, going back to the Karma, it was left open this time around. It was banned away in game number 2. But they won't have that speed boost. 2 primary junglers that you usually run with that comp. Udyr is still up, but I'm not sure if they want to put him on that.
Udyr's not exactly the same as that Hecarim, would not fulfill the same function here, right? Because the Hecarim is really strong for the engage, potentially. So I almost feel like if you are going to run back that game 1 composition here, you could go with the tankier jungler. You don't need to necessarily have all that jungle pressure because, hey, we saw they were down 11.3k gold and they still managed to bounce back, right? So it's not about the early jungle pressure. Maybe something like a tankier jungle like the Sejuani, the Amumus could potentially come back in, but we have to keep in mind that's not guaranteed to be a top lane Karma. Can still be flex support.
And with the Tristana on the flip side, big question coming out, what are they going to pick second? For Hexamus, this will be the Lilia. So game number 2, it was Axel's turn to take the AP in the jungle. This time Hexamus will take the most annoying deer to ever prance around Summoner's Rift. Lilting lullabies across everyone if she gets a chance.
It's also interesting to me that the Lilia comes through for Hexamus because that's not something that Hexamus has played a ton of. Yes, twice in the regular season, but it's not quite... I don't know if it's quite the champion that's in the wheelhouse. Ooh, the Caitlyn coming across. And actually, now that we see the Caitlyn locked in, I think that's more likely to be a support Karma because Karma Caitlyn is a very frustrating bot lane to play with. It's not quite the Morgana Caitlyn. So instead of the binding into a trap, into a headshot, it's more of a, we'll poke you down and you never get to reach me. Tristana has to be, I think, level 16 or 17 before you can start matching the range of the Caitlyn. So I really like that bot lane combo.
And I do like the jungle actually picked up here. Axel reverting back, or maybe his team made him do it, but I like Skarner being locked in here and saying, hey, they went ahead, picked up a squishy jungler that has to get in their face. Cool. Let's drag them out of that potential fight. Skarner locked in, possible Rel locked in. We saw this combination before on Blacklist X's side, I believe. Didn't work out very well for them, so we'll see if Akuma Blades can put it to the test.
I'm not a fan of Rel Tristana into a Karma Caitlyn there. Rel gets tanky when she can attack, when she can steal those stats, but if the Karma Caitlyn play it right, you never get to attack them. They just poke you down from range. So you're eating full damage at that point, and Rel is not inherently tanky. But Akuma Blades still cautious with the fact that that might not be a Karma Caitlyn bot lane. They want to make sure they don't get the even worse Morgana Caitlyn bot lane into the bot side here.
The OP annoyance is what I used to call that. You don't get a move for about 5 seconds, get headshot about 3 times in a row, and you're just like, cool, I don't get to play the game anymore. That's going to be the first man coming out here. Blacklist X might have to focus in the top and mid. And once again, reverting back to that Darius, they did it last time. It was the Darius Malphite in game number 2. In game number 1, I believe it was the Darius and Set. So priorities in tow here. I would imagine the Malphite, though, don't want to deal with that combination of the Unstoppable Force plus Lilting Lullaby if they get the chance.
He wonders if they actually do want to give that Malphite over a little bit and then give NBG a bit more lane prio, because so far Legault's been the one to get away with almost murder in that top lane. The Thresh coming out banned, so a lot of focus into this support position. Like I said, I'm not super sure that you want to focus too heavy there. The Urgot being taken out, so yeah, it looks like they're comfortable opening up the Malphite. They want to put Legault on less carryable champions, because the kill was really strong, but again, that's punishable. The Urgot and the Darius, however, a lot less punishable, a lot more able to take control.
And wow, Corki being hovered here
That's
and locked in, so Fluke having a bit more safety to be able to farm with here.
I mean, you blind pick a mid, and Corki. I actually feel Corki's really strong. I don't really know why we don't see more Corki necessarily in professional play. You've got the range poke. You're basically an ADC as well when it comes to taking turrets, and you have kill threat. The Orianna once again for swapped here. We saw it in game 1, did a lot, and the way the Orianna Corki matchup kind of goes is that Corki outranges the Orianna, so you just poke down from range with the missiles. Orianna just wave clears, tries to push you in early under turret, and Akuma Blades called it right. They took the bet. The Karma is the top lane Karma. It is indeed. We see the Alistar, a nice tanky front line coming through for the side of Blacklist X.
Yeah, I personally still probably would have preferred the range support, right? You know, being able to bully that lane, really give Link a little bit of extra help to stand on. But again, having that engage will be able to offset that rail, like you said, and possibly knock out the Tristana, right? Knocking her out of the rocket jump is always a funny sight to see. Now though, top lane, big question. Wow, all right.
What? Oh, okay. I have not seen a Nasus in competitive play. I feel like I have not even seen it in gold leagues in the past 4 years. Like, what?
We're going full solo queue. This is a solo queue move by Lego James right now.
I need a moment here. I'm trying to figure out how to. Why? Okay, so Akuma Blades up to this point, I was like, okay, you know, they've got a really solid composition forming. They just need a big tank, right? You've got the Tristana, you've got the Rel. That is already a solid team fight combo. The Lilia to engage things does a lot of damage late, and Corki, the poke, it feels like a really well all-rounded front to back composition. You just need a tank, was what I was thinking. We were talking about the Bell fight, and then Nasus? Nasus gets tanky, yeah, sure, but it's not going to be your engage. It's not going to be a good solid, you know, stand there and soak up the damage. Nasus gets tanky for a given value of tanky, but it's not a tank. It will not survive the damage. So it feels like, and I was going to say, like, maybe it's insurance. Like, you go, okay, we drafted an early game team. We need something to scale. No, you drafted a Tristana. You drafted a Corki. You got late game. What is this Nasus?
I feel at this point, and this is coming from a non-colors perspective, right? This is me trying to throw out my best guess, is that the fact Legoat James feels like he can rock that top lane. Surprisingly enough, he did win that last top lane fight, was able to farm up. So, I mean, if you're taking MBG's Karma, might as well, right? This is a lane that, yes, you get poked out early, but later on does nothing, right? And especially with someone like a Skarner, you're not really having a whole lot of damage to cut through this Nasus whenever he ults or gets stacked up.
I just feel like Nasus doesn't get into the fight. You've got a tether, you've got a root from the Karma. You impale, and I doubt we'll see a QSS come through for the goat. So you get impaled, you get stunned, and the entire time you've got Caitlyn pew-pewing you with those hit shots. You built that Lord Dominix, you built maybe even a Blade of the Rune King if you need to at that point. You will eventually cut through this Nasus, and it's got to be what you said, Orbital, that the goat feels like they can really be the goat with this dog. But they will absolutely have to be a standout player. If not, Akuma Blades just got shafted by this pick. They still have a solid rest of the team, so they're solid. And enough about the Nasus. I want to put that out of my mind for the next 30, 40, 50 minutes. Let's hope it's not an hour-long game. But the Blacklist here, their composition. Now, this is what I like here. Your Skarner, that's a solid meta jungler right now. Yes, everybody goes, Captain Flowers will be proud. It's not a Captain Flowers special anymore. It is legitimately a meta pick right now. We already saw the Karma. We saw what happens when you give shielding to a potential late game carry. Caitlyn isn't Jinx, but still does a lot of damage. And more importantly, this bot lane here, it's not that poke lane. It doesn't punish the rel quite as hard, but it does give you a lot of safety, that margin of error. If the rel engages, you can pulverize to stop the engage. You can hit, but the Magnet Storm potentially to get yourself out of danger and drag rel with you. So a little bit safer, and more importantly, Caitlyn outranges Trist so badly that I'm surprised we don't see this as a counter pick more often. Trist can't do anything if Caitlyn plays this lane right.
Yeah, that is a good question to ask. Again, Caitlyn also rising up, and we're starting to see, which I personally like, champions being rotated out, not because the meta buffed them up, but as specifically counters, right? These are champions that haven't really been touched lately by the patch notes, maybe left alone for quite some time, and yet it's just they work more efficiently in certain situations. These are champions that are like, oh cool, yeah, haven't been touched, but cool, it can outrange a champion, it can do a little bit more damage, it can siege a little bit better than, say, like, you know, the Ashe or something like that. why not bring them back out? So I do like these adaptations, do like seeing these champions come out. Once again, though, my eye is coming onto Axel and Hexmith. Last 2 games, they had some flaws in game 2. It really shown out, both of them getting caught out on the enemy side of the jungle with no real help. With these 2 champions, do you feel that is going to happen again?
Not for Axel. Same way for Axel. If you do get caught out of the Skarner, okay, like that can always happen. You can get caught out on any champion, but the Karthus wasn't just simply wasn't able to duel. We often saw Axel without any mana in these fights, but Skarner should have a much better time of it. If anything, I think Hexmist has to be very, very careful now, because Skarner is a very good counter into these quadrupeds. It's not in the lore, but somehow it just works. You break their ankles, you stun them up. They can't run circles around. So I think actually the Skarner pick here should be good for Axel. You can look to invade. You can even go deer hunting, actually, if you are Axel. But more importantly, I think you can gank top lane a lot. That nasty is very vulnerable to these Skarner ganks here.
Yeah, just being able to actually pull those ganks off, have those spires to your relief. And my question is, of course, hopefully we get something other than Mountain Souls. Gosh, that is very boring after a while. And I want to see them be able to battle over a few more increasingly difficult global objectives. You know, if that Infernal Soul comes up, I will be very excited. And yes, for once, the gods have heard me on Summoner's Rift. We have a Mountain Dragon first. It will not be the Mountain Soul anymore.
Well, that's one way to guarantee you don't get it right up front here. And that, I don't know, we're going to see a focus on this dragon. A lot of times it feels like Mountain and Cloud Drakes kind of don't get focused down early. The teams don't even really bother to clear them out here. I don't like to see that. I do still want to see dragon stacking. So hopefully they'd clear that out of the way so we just get to see what the other dragons are here.
Well, won't be clearing any dragons anytime soon. It won't have any invades. Keyboarder and Fails walking around trying to spot it out. And again, a 3-man stack up with a little bit of a Q over the wall. Keyboarder goes, oh, that's not cool. All right, I'll go right back and refill my cannon.
Part of me was going to go, oh, there's 5 gold there. It's already a Blacklist lead, but I forgot. That's not a support karma. That's Duran's Ring, no support item. You don't get gold for poke. Just trading a little bit of mana for health. And frankly, by the time the minions actually spawn, all of that is going to be pretty much topped up here.
Yep. Just getting a couple tags down, having a bit of fun as we do see a split start. Once again, Hexmith, just like Kane, likes to start on those Raptors, and Axel getting a little bit of help. So should be able to clear fairly quickly as everyone gets to their positions.
Yeah, Lilia doesn't really need help. You know, these the Raptor starts are a really quick, solid start. You hit to very, very early, and yeah, it also helps your lane a bit too. You don't want to pull the goat down to help you if you can help it. I think the goat's going to need every bit of edge they can get in this lane early. Not just because I hate Nasus, but also because it's a karma, and the poke from the karma, you're not going to be able to effectively answer that. Yes, you've got lifesteal, but early on, you don't have enough damage for that Nasus to be able to keep eating that poke coming through.
Yeah, after a while, those pins sticking into your cushions start to hurt as they ramp up. Level 2's coming out for the top laners, so again, they're doing the dance. But full clears for both these jungles means this early game will be stalled out a little bit. Means no real ganks are going to be coming through, and laners will be on their own to fend off any potential aggression.
I have a bad feeling, Orbital, that we're not going to see a ton of action in the early game here from a lot of these, from any of these lanes really here. Yet you'll see some poke top as we're seeing right now, but I think the junglers are going to focus on trying to level up. And from what we're seeing in the bot lane already, we're not seeing Link absolutely punish with that range advantage. So I think bot side, it's going to be a bit of a farm fest. Mid lane, Swap maybe bullying out Fluke. I feel like that's been par for the course, but Fluke, for all that they struggle with CS, is usually pretty safe.
Oh, that's a rude down, and Keyboarder getting chunked out. Heal went out, but is going to survive under the tower, and now Hexmith ready to try a counter attack. Q goes a little bit wide, only tags onto Fails. That's actually BLX able to stuff that engage. Link and Ashel ready to start putting the pain down.
Okay, I need to Casa Curse this more. Less action. We're gonna get less action. No, I love to see that early aggression come through. I was actually a little disappointed that we weren't seeing the punish come through, but just as I say that, that is why I like that Caitlyn bot lane into the Tristana. You leave that open, you let them first pick the Tristana, you punish right away with the Caitlyn, and it drew Hexmas down. It's taking so much time.
Oh,
what?
That was the cheekiest trap I think I've seen. Link place the trap behind the tower, and that is one of the oldest tricks in the books, mind you. Link pulling out with first blood.
I forgot that worked, but you know what? That was definitely a really good one there. That lead's going to keep growing, and while that was happening, get both the scuttles here.
You know what? Even sheriffs from time to time have to get their hands dirty with some underhanded trickery, and it worked, right? You stave off a gank coming in from Hexmas, you stop that, you burn double summoners out of Keyboarder, which means that the range advantage now becomes even more punishable, and you pick up a CS lead for yourself. We were just praising Keyboarder, and now it might be Link's turn to shine.
We have to remember in game one here that Link played amazingly well on that Jinx too. So it's not as if Link is a significantly worse ADC. They're both really, really good ADCs here. And we are also seeing a lot of pressure by Swap. Swap actually drawing up fails here. Hexmas, they're looking to try and make something happen mid, but I don't think they'll be able to. Phil's is just running circles here and not finding anything.
Yeah, and this is what I'm also kind of scared of. Both these squads we have seen tend to have a tendency to try and make up for shortcomings, right? Yes, you lose that gank. Yes, you fail to gank. You don't have to try and pressure to make up ground. You reset the mental, reset what you're doing, and try and recuperate without giving any more to your team. And as we start getting closer and closer and deeper into the specified series, I am very worried that we're going to start seeing complications with timing, wasting a lot of time in scenarios where you don't have to.
Mm-hmm. They're not wasting time about the dragon, that's for sure. And I'm so glad I'm so wrong in this early game right now, Orbital. They're clearing that dragon just as I hoped they would, taking out the picture so we can get other things in here. And on top of that, Blacklist, they're not playing around with this lead that they've got here. Ocean Drake going to be the next one to spawn. I'm praying for an Infernal Soul here because that definitely messes up the game.
Oh, man. I called it at the beginning. Maybe I should be, predicting everything. But that is going to be a headbutt pulverized right onto Fails. A little bit of jump forward, but Axel's ready and waiting. Astral gets the Ignite burned on him, and that's a trade. Support for support, jump right back out as Keyboarder is able to keep a safe distance. In between Axel, though, now getting chunked out. One or two more shots, flash forward, and a tag might be enough. Hexmas is going to take some damage. Couple more shots may take it, but the sticky bomb will claim the kill. Keyboarder picks up his lane opponent. NBG now falling forward in the blast cone. Bumps it right back. NBG grabs one for himself, but that means Legoat James once again on a power farmer gets free farm.
I'm so glad you pointed that out, Orbital, because sure, MBG gets a kill, but look at MBG here. Was already not ahead in terms of CS, and now Legoat gets free time with this turret, gets the farm up a storm as well. I think they even popped the out there, the Fury of the Sands, just to maybe push a little bit harder. I'm not sure why that was popped, but 2 plates, that's a lot of gold. And for all that, yeah, you got a kill. You're not ahead in gold right now, Blacklist.
Yeah, something that you may not know as you don't see Nasus very often, but any Susan main will tell you when you pop your ultimate, I should say, your Q, the Siphoning Strike, actually drops to a 1 second cooldown. So instead of maybe only 1.5 plates being taken, you get 2 plates, which means Legoat should be well and above NBG's gold pile. You can already see items coming in. I believe still going for that Trinity Force, not going for the Divine Sunder.
I think as the Nasus right now, that is the right call. There's a lot of squishy targets. It won't be necessarily your job to cut through those tanks here. That's what you've got the Corki. That's what you've got the Tristana for. And Orbital, it's so rare that I see a Nasus that I completely didn't even know that apparently Fury of the Sands did that. I guess that's why I struggle in Nasus, and that's why I hate them in solo queue.
It's one of the most brutal things that you give, and again, I'm starting to see why they chose it. Right, this is a situation where you might not be able to cut through the Nasus very quickly. Yes, the Caitlyn might be online, but again, Caitlyn's do have a pigeonhole period where their scaling doesn't really ramp up, and if there is no itemization to cut through the tank and cut through the healing, Legoat might just have a free game. Actually went with that unsealed spellbook as well. Might be able to pick up that cleanse if anything happens.
Spellbook's pretty common for melees versus range matchups here. It gives you more options here to deal with that range, the heal, as you mentioned, the ghost to be able to chase up. Just generally pretty good pickup. Axel here has to be careful. Is spotted on that ward.
That's going to be the ultimate lullaby used, and the Skarner will be chased down. Actually pops and drags back the Rel, headbutted straight back into the team. AKB is just going, what the heck did we do that for?
I forgot that Rel is also on a horse, and like I said, Skarner somehow just seems to do really well into these quadrupeds here. Just saw it right there, and I love the way the trap line instantly came down from Link as well. They're just like, nope, you're coming in. You do not get back out. The flash would not have saved Fails anyways. Thankfully, you do have Hex Flash, so burning the flash kind of futilely there for Fails isn't that big a problem.
Yeah, but Hex Flash only really feels useful if you are on the aggressive side, when you can flash into someone, because if they're ready and willing to take and respond to your flash in, it's kind of nullified. It's just like, well, I jumped into the enemy's waiting arms and they get a free kill. So I want to see them be able to punish with that. Fails ready to go, but NBG does get a good chunk of damage on, but one Siphoning Strike takes out a quarter of his HP. Rest of the squad is here, so this could be a 3-on-3 fight. Early rotate by Swap to be ready to help them out, but Fluke still trying to pressure in.
I almost kind of wish that we'd seen that Grasp of the Undying Karma. It's a very odd build, but I feel like it would help a lot against this Nasus here, just being able to match the sustain and chunk, and at least it'll skill up a little bit. But for now, after all that attention to the top lane, nothing really comes of it. Great play from Akuma Blades to defend that Nasus here, because you don't need to find a kill on that gank, whereas for Blacklist, if you're expending that many resources, you'd like to see some returns for it.
You would like to see some returns, but it might not come to you just yet. Dragon, though, 15 seconds away from seeing what the soul will be. Ashel and Swapped already there. Rest of the squad getting ready to move as Scuttle went for a ride. That is, I think, the highest I've ever seen a Scuttle be bumped up. 110 gold to Axel. That will be a little bit of a secure as top lane will continue losing plates.
It's a meal prep delivery, right? From Ashel. Serves it up to Axel. You've got to actually kill it, but here you go. I'll remove the shield. And I mean, just perfect timing there. You could see the rotation come through. And Akuma Blades at this point, you don't want to walk into that. We've already seen what happens in this particular matchup. Your Caitlyn's a little bit ahead compared to that Call Tristana. Your Alistar just stops the engage that distracts, and the Skarner is really, really strong as well. But holy, that top lane turret.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit worried. Yes, you're expending some pressure to get those dragons, but at what cost, right? At this point, I would love to see how many sacks Legoat currently has, but we don't have time for that, as a flash knockup and headbutt is going to drop AKB behind enemy lines, but that's the solo out. An Impale might be able to trade it back as Keyboarder gets stunned up. Kill goes to Axel. NBG trying to solo out Legoat, who actually has no mana. This might be a solo kill. NBG just might pick that up. It's going to be a little bit of a fight as we swap right back down to the bottom side. Fails is ready to go. That's going to be the pickup from Swapped. The top lane. Circus music playing around. There it is. Flash for flash. Man, these guys just don't want to give up, and that is probably the slowest and most painful deaths I've seen across the board as BLX come out with a hefty chunk of change.
Legoat and Fails just refuse to die. I love how long it took for them to die. Ultimately, they do go down. It is still gold in the side of Blacklist. They get a bunch of plates on that bot side as well, but that top lane turret almost going down for Blacklist is not a good sign. NBG wins that fight more because Legoat was completely out of mana and did not have flash. For some strange reason, opted. I don't know if they switched it or whether it just wasn't available, but oh yeah, it got used right at the end. Sorry, they traded flashes, but yeah, it didn't look great. And I don't think NBG is in any position to beat Legoat anytime soon here. So for the side of Blacklist, you're faced with a tough choice. Do we commit more resources into the top lane, which started proven very difficult to gank, or do we just kind of sack it, let that turret fall, and then maybe once Legoat overextends, then we can more easily rotate, say, Swapped up there to help out and actually pump out the damage?
And there's a question to make, as NBG has actually opted out of that supported build, building towards, I believe, that Luden's Echo instead. So a lot more power to that punch. If NBG is able to swap it up, bottom lane look to be the point of aggression, but Axel says, nah, I'm going to go right back to farming. 13 minutes, 40 seconds. Moving towards that 14-minute mark. And I mean, plates way in favor of AKB.
Comp plates right now. Yeah. For the most, yeah, definitely in their favor here. But Axel rushing in.
Oh my gosh. That is the Skarner that you love to see. Pop everything and just run at them. Simple kill for that Skarner, I think, picked up. And 8-3 is the kill count. BLX in the lead.
I love how Axel's been effectively using these impales as well. We're not seeing it sit off cooldown for extended periods of time. It's Axel actively hunting, going, okay, I want to find a kill here. Let's go. The collapse in from everybody. And they pick up a blue buff, which is going to be important because their own blue buff for Blacklist right now is very, very red.
Yep. Very red and warded up. First tower goes into BLX's hands. Link, Ashel, and Axel be the recipients of that gold. And that should open up the map. We can finally see Link on this Caitlyn be able to start rotating, right? Be able to start being able to siege down some of these other towers.
I want to see this bot lane rotated to the top side more than the mid lane. Interesting shockwave. I don't think you've got enough to finish up there, but Hexmith kind of pushed out a little bit. Yeah, saying I want to see the top lane bot because I don't want to see the GOAT continue to get to scale unpunished here. So you send a duo top and suddenly the GOAT won't be able to farm up, won't even be safe under turret with that Caitlyn range.
Luke throwing out a couple missiles. Ashel going, come on, man. All I want is the ward. That's all I care about right now. And that's going to be 3 members mid now. You know, not that top lane, unfortunately, like you wanted, but still a presence nonetheless. You see Axel looking, might be able to find a snipe and grabs it. That's just another snipe as the ulting lullaby goes down, immediate flash out. And Hexmith will survive, albeit losing just about every skill in the book.
That's not a bad trade, trading your Impale for that Lilting Lullaby there. Yes, the Impale is visually more impactful, but Lilting Lullaby can hit multiple members. So the moment you burn that, it's going to force Akuma to basically be on the back foot in regards to team fights. They won't want to contest it. And you can see they burn that immediately. Let's take Herald.
Yep, Herald is going to be taking Dragon up in 10, so it might be a trade of objectives. And it is going to be slowly chipped away. And 3 members mid, so again, excuse me, BLX opting for the one that is currently up, but don't really see a need to collapse. You know, they have time to work with. They already have 2 Dragons safety net. They can afford to give this one up.
They're not giving it up. We see the TP in the bot side. They're going to fight this.
Yeah, they're going to try now because Fluke and Hexmith are the only ones up. Shockwave lands onto one and the package is used already. So Fluke on the wrong side of the map now meets up with Fails. They're going to take a fancy journey straight through, but that is the Everfrost rooting down the Corki. A couple more shots land and Link picks up his 5th. BLX looking in firm control of this game, number 3, and might be able to start closing it out.
Have this window. We were talking about the fact that yes, Caitlyn does have a power trough, but right now she is ahead enough. The range is still strong. Tristana shares the same problem. Axel, here we go.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Now that they have the lead, they are just going at it without a care in the world. Axel goes ahead and shuts down that keyboarder warrior. 2-3-1 and 0-1-0. I mean, BLX has so far kind of mirrored what AKB did in game number 2.
Consolation right now for Akuma Blades is that Legoat has yet to really enter the game with that Divine Sunderer here. Not quite the Trinity Force, but still does a lot of damage and gives you healing as well on that Empowered Strike. So definitely a solid pickup. The question now is, can Legoat make a big enough difference here in the game with all the farm that they're getting, with all the pressure? Because right now, the rest of the map is not going so well, and none of them have paid their taxes yet. So until they do, Axel is still their biggest problem right now.
Yeah, I mean, Legoat does have that, does have the Merc Treads, so it does cut down the time that you are subdued for a period. But still, it's a little bit damaging. You have to be worried that, you know, again, when Legoat gets stat checked by the entirety of BLX, it's going to come out exactly like you said, RMC, just shredding him down. He has nothing in that pocket. I think he's actually going, I keep forgetting that item name, but a little bit of move speed with MR in the bucket. So overall, going to start getting a little bit tankier and should keep stacking up. Can't wait to see that level 16 just one-shotting carries across the board.
I hope that is actually what we get to see here. I mean, we still haven't really seen most of the laners interact with the goat either, so we don't know how much damage they actually do, and whether they can just burn down the goat before the goat actually gets in the fight. Finally, they do rotate to the top lane, taking down that last outer turret here, and I think they can continue to frankly push the bot side. Dragon's not up for 3 minutes. Ooh, the goat hurts on those turrets, and MBG's up.
Yep. Fails goes in, gets a flash for his shovels, and he will be happy about that trade. But all outer towers down for BLX. One more standing in mid for AKB. They're starting to find their footing, and this is probably the more aggressive game that we've seen from both squads. 5 towers total in about 20 minutes. You gotta love it.
Yeah, it's quite clean, and right now quite one-sided for Blacklist. The gold lead isn't the biggest we've seen, though. I still feel like game 1 had a bigger gold lead, but game 1, even when they were in the lead for Akuma Blades, it still felt like Blacklist was just literally waiting, could come back and could win at any fight at any given time. Right now, it does feel extremely Blacklist favored. Axel here on the hunt. They're looking for keyboarder.
They're looking a little bit. I mean, has no way out. Rocket jump out. Impaled goes in. He's actually going to walk back towards the teleport. This might signal the charge out. Rest of the squad isn't there. Look where Karma is. Nowhere near. Shockwave lands on 2, but 5 on 3 is the call. That's going to be Link shutting 1 down, but a trade back of 2 means that AKB firmly win this fight. They will take the 3-for-1. They will take the double kill on the GOAT, and they will take the Baron that just spawned 15 seconds ago.
The question was at this point, Orbital, how does the GOAT fit in? Apparently very, very well. Does a lot of damage. In this case, was completely untouched. And with that big Divine Sunderer here.
I mean, this is just cleanup. Axel going ahead and at least sniping out the ADC and might survive this run out. But the follow-up is there. Valkyrie straight into the back line. Double kill then for Fluke. And they might just keep going back for this Baron. Teleport coming in for a swap. So this might be another mini fight.
Oh, though, so it's going to be a little bit risky here. They have enough damage. They just need the time. And I don't know if they've got enough time.
Yeah, Shockwave is actually coming up for a swap. That's why he's running interference, and Hexmas might be looking to trade out. There goes the Wither, trying to zone it out, and that's actually a lot of damage to GOAT. Remember, that's a full stack on Baron, and they just take it. Shutdown going over to Link, who literally just ran back in the fight. Flash forward, shield is up for Fluke, and Hexsmith throws down the Seedling. Another Q and auto means a second shutdown for Link. Oh, disaster. AKB made it look so good, and then they gift it right back over.
This time for Blacklist, they do have enough damage. It's not going to be quite as risky here. Their only thing is to keep Hexsmith out of the pit. Flash is available, so securing vision is going to be key, but that pink ward right now doing so much. Oh, Hexsmith used the pink ward.
Yep, that's going to be multiple pinks. Look at that. 4 wards over the pit and going to try and throw a Seedling. Can't find the mark, so Baron does go down. They're probably going to rush over. Go ahead and collect their soul on the other side of the map. And if they do, AKB, they were on the way to mounting a comeback, but immediately get cut down at the roots.
I think a lot of that came from their misunderstanding how much damage they had. They thought they could take it faster than that. They couldn't, and that really hurts. Lilting Lullaby used.
That's a Shockwave, lands on 2 though. Big damage, drops the carries out. Package goes straight in the middle. This might be what they're looking for. Look, GOAT able to drop it up, and Fury of the Sands is up. Who can cut it out? Link is the one that's with it, and Dragon goes in favor of AKB. Fight still going online. Health-wise a little bit low. Astral looking for a way back in, but look at the shred. Look, GOAT can't sustain on his own. Flash over the wall, Smite claims his life. Link kiting for what it is worth, and they will get the impale once again. But NBG is so dang strong. The Karma going full damage. Decides it's time to shine. Axel and NBG are just going to run down Keyboarder. He knows his life is dead, and Tristana falls for the ace. Chaotic fights across the board, and these BLX are up 20-10.
You've got to give credit to Akuma Blades at this point. They did manage to secure that cloud, what should have been a cloud soul for the side of Blacklist here. They did get in there. They did get it. The problem is they don't win the fights. And yes, the GOAT is a huge problem. You saw how many people it took to kill him. What was that? 4 members? 3 members? They did manage to, I believe, get swapped in that fight as well before the GOAT went down. Link after. But the problem is he will still go down. He is still not enough to carry your fights quite yet here. So I don't know if this problem is which way it's going to go here. I feel like for Legault, yes, you are going to get tank here. But on the other hand, Link's damage is going to go up. The amount of CC doesn't get reduced here by all the things that Legault is building. So a bit of a struggle, and I think Legault needs to start getting creative. You need to find the carries. You cannot just sit back and rely on running into them. There's just too much CC in your way.
Not just that, he actually went for the Force of Nature first, so no armor to deal with Link and the rest of the squad. Now he is picking up, I think, the components to a dead man's plate, so going to be rushing even faster. So he will get tankier as time goes on, but you are correct. The rest of the squad has to step up, has to be able to convert in times of need. Top lane going to be the next pressure point for BLX. And so far, they are slowly extending their gold lead. I believe it's a 5.6k lead for themselves as they're looking for the inhibitors tower.
Akuma's late on the rotation here. Very, very late. And they are still baroned up. We're not seeing it too much, but they still do have it, and it hurts for sure.
Teleport into the back line, and they do find this on NBG. He goes ahead, flashes right out, and zoned out from his team members. He might be the sacrificial pawn for the rest of his team to survive, and Keyboarder goes ahead and picks that up, but the rest of the squad actually kites into them. I'm not sure this is the fight they want to take. Lilting Lullaby lands onto 2, and those are the primary carries. That's going to be Link out of the fight for a little bit longer, but they can't reach him. Legault gets kited, Phils dies in, Magnastorm drops him in. Keyboarder now coming on the back line, and they have to kite like their lives depend on it, and they do. Legault goes down, Raid Boss is down. Link gets a double kill with the red buff. In hops in Fluke, but Axel is there for retribution. Keyboarder has to rocket jump right back out, but they are going towards the wrong side of the base. Swapped. It's his turn to shine. They cut it down. Axel picks up a double. Hexmas gonna prance his way right back out. But my God, BLX played that about as well as they could, and they are rewarded with a 26 minute ace.
Fight from Blacklist there was so clean. It didn't even matter that you Lilting Lullaby. The trap line was up. Like I said, Legault, you can't run in the front gate. You've got to get creative. You've got to get around. And that was exactly what Keyboarder did. Keyboarder lived as long as they did because they didn't come in from the front, because they somehow got the flank. And the Tristana flank isn't scary by any means, but it did keep Keyboarder alive. And so for Akuma right now, creativity is key.
Creativity is indeed key. But man, that kiting was godlike. AKB now down to down about 9k, dragging up in a minute. They are on their last leg. The power point that they were hoping for, this Nasus, doesn't seem to be doing exactly what they want. Keyboarder has been shut down 3, 6, and 5, and Fluke 5, 4, and 4 hasn't found that all perfect package play yet. I mean, these guys are trying their best, but BLX seems to have them at every single turn they make.
And more importantly, it's not just about the package plays. It's about the fact that they still haven't paid their taxes. Every time Axel runs in, you could see Keyboarder had to just yeet themselves right out of there because you get tagged by that Impale, you did. Same problem with Hexamus. Those shockwaves have been absolutely huge. And even for Legault, I know that the Nasus doesn't need the QSS, but I almost feel like it wouldn't be a bad pickup if they have the space, just because that way Legault can run that much faster into them. You hit a trap, doesn't matter. Keep going. You get impaled, doesn't matter. Keep going here. The only person I feel like who's been kind of okay without the QSS, or the only two people, are Fluke and Phils right now. A base race for a dragon?
I mean, it looks like they're giving up the soul, saying that, hey, it's only Cloud Soul. It's not like they're getting a massive increase of damage. So they're going to take 2 towers for themselves. Ashel, though, heal is used to try and speed them out. That's going to be this Garner dancing like a madman. Ready to grab someone, gets a smite down, can't follow up with the Impale, though. As the quirky package is available, don't want to walk into that all-important level 2. Zoning out, jumps right in. Swap, though, is going to find the shockwave, and that's a jump out straight into the ace in the hole. In goes the Nasus. He goes ahead and pops series of the sand. Swap trying to rush out, and they clip him where he stands. The dog has been put down, and the chase is on. Buster Shot drops 3 back, so they will only lose 1. But that forced engage will cost AKB the Baron.
The package is down here. Legault up in 30 seconds will not be there for the Baron. And keyboarders bust the shots down, so they won't even feel that comfortable going in. No flash, no heal. Things are looking dire, and I want to point out too that Link zoned out 4 members alone.
That's always a scary thought. The ADC, where ADC LOL 2020, I think, was the meme of the century. And now, when you see a Caitlyn able to zone it out, just like you said, that means a lot of power is on these individuals. BLX pick up their second Baron, I believe. No. It was the first Baron. Third attempt, though, from all sides.
No, second Baron. They did manage to
Second
secure one.
Baron? Okay.
They did manage to secure one earlier, but because they were fighting around earlier, they didn't actually get to utilize it to the best effectiveness there. I think they pushed in with like 3 minions, and that was how they actually broke the inhibitor. It was top and hip turret. It was less than ideal as a Baron, but this time it should be so much easier. There's no more turrets outside the base, so they can so much more easily siege up. You've got the Caitlyn as well, so you have the range advantage. There's not a ton of effective wave clear for the side of Akuma Blades. You have to kind of attack the minions one by one as well, and it's very, very risky. The poke from Karma should hurt while they try and protect the turrets.
Not even just the poke from the Karma. I just want to say how much CDR, or how much ability haste, is on the entire team. You see 3 Lucidity boot buys on NBG, Axel, and SWAT. I mean, they understand that they are going to be outputting a lot of damage. It's the poke that's winning them this game. And I think it's working out perfectly for them. Huge wave in the top side. They're going to go ahead and knock down this inhibitor. Fails, looking like he wants to try and get an in to this fight, but can't find it. Huge poke from Fluke as well. Oh my gosh, that was one empowered Q, and Fluke is immediately out of that attempt. Mid lane, gonna be the next force, as BLX are just on a tear, on a demolition derby here.
Wow, that's the bot lane left to go. 1 minute and 30. If we go by the speed, they just took, what was that, 2 inhibs and an inhib turret in the span of 1 minute and 30 seconds here. They can easily raise this bot lane turret. There's super minions pushing in the top as well, and that super minion will be pushing in before Baron runs out.
Well, last hope, and it looks like AKB are actually conceding this tower. They say this is not our time to fight. Not sure if this is the right move to make, but they do have the wave clear necessary to hold it off. But Baron still up for about 50 seconds. This could be the game end. Everyone's looking for that one little poke. The towers are being shredded. If AKB are going to go, it has to be now. Jump in. Q does land on a few, but Hexmas can't pull off the Lilting Lullaby. That's a huge chunk of CC down. Shockwave lands on the 1. Fails, jumps in, and that's going to be Keyboarder trying to chase for the kills, but Link immediately jumps on his butt. One more shot from the Sheriff as she is putting everyone in chains. Double kill for Link, and an ace to close it out. BLX will take game number 2 and put them at series point.
Axel gives and Axel takes away. The card was a freebie, but the Skarner, that's where it's really at there. That Skarner play was really solid. And I think coming from Akuma Blades right now, we might start seeing that Skarner ban come through, because that Skarner looked a lot scarier than the Hecarim.
I also think, as you stated, it was a lot of disrespect. Right? No QSSs came out.
Yes.
0 defensive. When you already know you're behind a lot of the time, right? At that point, you have to start itemizing the defenses. You can't keep going with your ego. It's a big ego check, right? To have to sacrifice that second or third item slot for that QSS. 1,500 gold in the pocket, but no one bought it. Not a single person.
So it's not just an ego check at that point. When you're facing a Skarner and you're getting wrecked by that Skarner almost on cooldown, it's a psych eval that you need, as why the entire team did not build a single QSS. Really rough to see. But I will say the NASAs did better than I expected here. It definitely wasn't the issue. It really felt like it was the other components of Akuma Blades kind of falling apart before that happened that didn't allow Legault to even show off that strength that he had built up in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, that you can't even say it was an unforced error. Blacklist X played very, very well, able to get their main components running. Early game actually went in their favor this time, and they capitalized on it. Early Cloud Soul meant that they could utilize those ultimates much better. They were able to move around the map a little bit faster, so very well played by them, and now they're up 2-1 in this series. Akuma Blades have to start rallying back, have to win these next 2 games if they want to take the grand finals, or they will falter 3-1. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this game number 4. And we are back here with what could potentially be the last game of the evening, depending on how Akuma Blades decide to play it. Again, very well done by Blacklist X to come out with a victory. And after some decisions we disagreed with, mainly not paying your taxes, remember, always pay your taxes, Akuma Blades have got to come up with something a little bit different if they want to stay in the series.
Well, it's not just a little bit. They need a lot different. And right now, it feels like there's too many threats here. You can't pick the Tristana if Caitlyn's up. The Skarner is wrecking you. There's obviously some concerns over a Nocturne, which we've seen banned constantly here. And I'm really not sure what Akuma Blades can do. Maybe let through the Olaf. I don't know if Olaf or Skarner is scarier here, because Axel on that Skarner looked absolutely deadly. But I could kind of see the same thing happening if you let the Olaf through.
I mean, the only way you can really win, ban out everything, force Axel back on this the Karthus, and pray you have another game too. But again, another thing that has to be pointed out: Link in the bottom side showed up big, 12 kills at least towards the ending part of that game. ADC is now in full combat mode. These guys are not going to be giving each other a lead if they can help it.
And that's another issue too. Do they have an answer to this Caitlyn potentially coming through from Link? Because Link looked absolutely amazing on this Caitlyn right from the very start. That first blood under the turret, that was super nutty seeing it there. And you can continue to do that, right? We saw the Caitlyn kite 1v4 as well. That is not something you normally see. And if your ADC can do that, it frees up the rest of your team to do whatever they want in a team.
Yeah, just disgusting play from them, and I hope to see it again. I honestly do want to see this, like, maybe 35-40 minute battle where it's just the ADCs full on just popping people down. I think that's great. But something we also want to talk about is Legoat James in the top side with that Nasus pick. Kind of worked a little bit better than we expected, right? We expected it to fall pretty hard, get poked out, which it did. But late game, we did see some of that shining light that maybe Akuma Blades were hoping to go for.
It worked early, kind of, when it was left in isolation, but you could see once they got out of lane, the GOAT really struggled. And while I think, okay, fine, the Nasus might be viable in this series, as much as it pains me to admit that, I don't think it's a last pick, right? If you are red side, which is what Akuma Blades have selected, that is not what you roll with for your last pick here. You need something that's going to be able to have a little bit more impact early, so the rest of your team doesn't have to fight 5v4.
Yep, well, we do see some champions making the ban list. Blacklist X go ahead and take out the Galio and the Volibear. Once again, Volibear actually re-entering into the ban phase here. Akuma Blades, though, return back with the Karma ban. They are throwing some love up NBG's way.
Okay, I see that. I think it's not a bad idea by any means here. The Karma wasn't what won them the game, but I think maybe you try and push them onto something else that you can maybe punish a little bit better, because right now the Karma just isn't punishable.
Yeah, Seraphine also taken off that list. Akuma Blades, last one to pick. They have their options: Hecarim, Skarner, and Olaf, and they opt potentially for that Olaf. They say, yep, this is the one that we might need, but no. Switch around, leaving 3 primary junglers open and opting instead to target swapped.
I think if you're going to leave Olaf, Hecarim, Skarner open, I like the decision, because if you pick, the Olaf, then if you let Blacklist pick the Olaf, then you can pick the Hecarim. You'll be fine. If they pick Skarner, you pick Olaf, right? It's a bit of rock, paper, scissors here. So Olaf being locked right away here. And we forgot. Oh dear. He's been quietly just flying under the radar this entire game. Neither team has prioritized him. The Udyr picked up the ultimate annoyance here. And you know what? Akuma Blades have to switch things up. So this is as good a start as any.
Yep. Start to play a little bit different game. And now we're actually, I think for the first time, going to see both junglers wanting to do the same thing. Run at your opponent, very one-dimensional style of play. And actually clashing heads. Last time it was always like AP versus a scalar engager, or just, one of those hard pulls. This time it's straight up, we are going to duke it out. Probably won't see any exhaust coming out on either side for these junglers, so I'm happy about that. I'm very happy about that. On Akuma Blade's side, though, they go ahead and opt into an early Xayah. Usually Xayah being that counter pick, saying, hey, we're going to play safe. But this time, honestly, I feel saying we are going to forfeit that bottom lane.
You think back to game 2 here. Akuma Blades played that Xayah very, very effectively. It just controlled the game, did so much damage. So them blind picking it, I think it makes sense. It goes back to sort of their roots, but it leaves that Jinx open once again, right? Because you don't have to deal with the Tristana. You don't have to worry about, a Caitlyn bullying you early. The Xayah doesn't quite have as much range to deal with that Jinx. So Blacklist, they go back to what worked for them as well back in game 1. And with the Thresh to pair as well, it gives that Jinx so much safety.
I am liking what we're seeing here. And again, you can only ban out so many things before you have to face the same champions again. Loving this adaptation. And again, this gives a lot of access, but you gotta be worried every single time you see a Xayah. The Lovers duo potentially locked in here. We haven't seen a Rakan in a very, very long time, but that duo is still as potent as ever.
Oh, okay. That's not the Lovers bot lane. But that does certainly spice things up. I actually like it a lot because to the large extent, the reason why we haven't seen Rakan is because other people do things better than Rakan. You've got the Nautilus, you've got, the Leona who can engage better, and the synergy between Xayah and Rakan doesn't overcome that. The Pyke now, to me, it's risky. I don't think it's great in terms of draft, in terms of composition, but what I do like is it applies pressure onto that Jinx, and that's really what this is going to come down to. Anytime you see a Jinx, you need to have a way to kill them, and that Pyke coming in from the support position does free up the other lanes to focus more on team fights or split push or something else other than trying to assassinate that Jinx.
Yep, and we've seen hard roams from both of these supports already. They're roaming at level 2 and 3, and what champion is better at that than Pyke, right? Always having that CC, always having that kill threat. Now we do see the bans coming out, though, for the second round. And again, Victor taking out the table. Swap did very well with the champion, even though didn't win that game. Still don't want to allow that possible. And the Respect Azir might be coming out as well. However, Blacklist X still focusing on that top side, saying Darius, still don't want to see that granddaddy of annoyances in the top side. Might see that Malphite or Set once again, or even the Urgot.
Yeah, I think that's fine. The Urgot ban coming through. And the Azir, I almost feel like rather than a targeted ban at Swapped, is more just trying to remove the Emperor's Divide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you've got a Jinx, being able to put out barriers, being able to peel for that Jinx is absolutely key. Your Azir not only has that, but also has the range to complement that Jinx. And suddenly, you're not just fighting one sustained physical damage threat. You're fighting one physical, one magic. You can't itemize great against both of them. You got to take the damage from one or the other. So I think it's a very safe pickup here. And it should allow us to see something new from Swapped as well.
I mean, we're going to see something new for Legoat, opting into the blind pick Gnar. Champion that we've seen has some success and some failures, if a team can play around that Gnar ultimate bar. Another hover of this Sylas. Last time it was Fluke that played it. Swapped might be saying, I can do it better.
Maybe, but I'm not sure I like the Sylas pickup right here with the ultimates that we have on the table. Chicken Sylas isn't particularly impressive. And I mean that not just with the Udyr, but with the Featherstorm as well. If you don't have the Blade Caller, Featherstorm is more of a safety tool. The Pyke Execute, okay, that's a nice pickup. And of course, Swapped going back to their roots here. The Syndra pick, it is their most played champion throughout the regular season. It has, and that has less to do with trying to peel, I guess. You got Scatter of the Week, I guess, to peel, but you've also got the burst damage to take down that Pyke coming in. And that does also mean that Sylas goes top into the Gnar. That's something we see a lot in competitive play. It's considered a bit of a counter. I've not seen it execute terribly well. Oh, that's a good ultimate to steal.
That is, but I mean, in terms of mid lane matchups, Echo has a fun time into the Syndra, able to dash out of the Scout of the Week, right? Able to duke it out a little bit better. So, I mean, Akuma Blades looking like they coming in with a little bit of a different game plan and a little bit more aggression and a little bit more skirmish heavy utility to be able to work it out for game number 4.
And I'm rather happy with these drafts for multiple reasons. Let's start with Blacklist X here. We've already spoken about the Jinx, the Thresh, the Olaf. The Sylas here being able to match against the Gnar, and now you've got a good ultimate in the form of that Echo Rewind as well. The Syndra I like the Syndra also because you've got multiple targets you can hit here, right? If Gnar is mini, you can execute them. Pyke, very squishy. The keyboarders Xayah here can dodge out your ultimate, so you've got to play a little bit carefully, but the Scatter of the Week as well does stop the engage. So I think Blacklist has drafted, a pretty steady composition. It's a little bit on the squishier side, but we'll see how that works out. Akuma Blades, though, their comp, solid here to counter. You've got, solid when you've got the Gnar play. That's the caveat here. Gnar is one of those really high-risk champions, and we've seen it before. A well-executed Gnar is beautiful, which is why every region pro level right now plays Gnar. But a badly executed Gnar looks like the NA, the LCS tournament early on. It didn't look great. You know, like a lot of times the Rage Bar wasn't played around right. You TP into a big fight when you're mini, you're dead. So we have to watch how Legoat plays around the Gnar, but considering how Legoat has performed, I like it. You've got double assassins to dive that Jinx as well. You've got the Xayah to pump out damage in team fights. Overall, I actually think I slightly favor the Akuma Blade draft.
Yeah, and that's good to hear. Coming into a game 4 where everything's on the line, you have pretty much thrown your past strategies out the window and said, this is what we're hemorrhaging our bets on. This is the series that we have to go all in on, and if we lose, we lose. If we win, we go all in again. That's all you got on the table. Question though, for you, I've said it once or twice, this is going to be the third or fourth time. Axel and Hexmist, for the first time, head to head. These are two champions that literally will probably not back out of battle once you get in on them. We've seen both of them falter. Game 3, Axel took off. He played very, very well, but this time, Hexmist had someone that can kind of counter with that trading, with that poking. Do you think this is the right answer?
You have to remember, the Olaf was the first pick here. So I don't think that this is the greatest pick for Axel necessarily, but you know what? I'm happy to be proved wrong, right? The Skarner pick definitely worked out here. And with this particular composition, you can just kind of go running in and charging, trying to take people down. I worry for Axel, let's put it that way. I'm very hesitant to give my support to the Olaf pick. I think the Udyr has a slightly better time of it here. So I'm looking for Axel to try and step up and prove me wrong. I am favoring Hexmist in this particular matchup.
All right, and again, both these guys have had excellent times whenever they're winning, whenever they're on a roll, to be able to influence their lanes. They have been able to find the picks that they want. Last time, like we said, Axel getting a lot of those great impales on key targets, onto Keyboard, onto Legoat, zoning them out where necessary. Now in the mid lane, though, we're dropping down the tiers. You know, we talked about top, we talked about jungle. Finally in the mid. Big questions coming out here, right? For the first time, in my opinion, at least in my book, right? Fluke has a favorable matchup. This is a matchup that he's not on the weak side, and he has the opportunity to come out on the winning side against Swapped. However, Swapped has dominated this mid lane thus far, has done very well, maybe not converted. Do you think this is a time that we get to see Fluke shine and be able to see him be like an all-star carry?
Much like I said about Axel. I have my reservations about this matchup. So far, Fluke has not, I believe, won a single lane against Swapped here. So, no. I think the edge is with Fluke, but with the way Swapped has performed so far, I just find it so difficult. And I'm more looking at how these mid laners interact outside of the lane. I don't want to see them stuck facing off against each other this time. I want to see them out fighting, helping their junglers, roaming, getting kills elsewhere.
Well, we will have to see as we are on to the Rift for game number 4, potentially the final game of the evening. And that'll be up to Akuma Blades as they, like you said, have this have the tools in their pocket and a dragon to boot that you can dance on. Infernal Drake will be the first one to start up, with BLX saying that they are going to try some cheeky plays. Legoat might have spotted them out. I think that's multiple pings going down. Yep, that's a ward down as well. So no cheeky invade to start things off.
A little bit sad that didn't pan out. I like seeing the aggressiveness coming up from Blacklist. And when you are the ones in the lead, you can try these sort of little cheeses here. However, they don't even get into the jungle whatsoever. Instead, it is Akuma Blades with the wards all over the place here, defensively on the top side, but very, very aggressively posted into Blacklist's lower jungle.
I think they're going to find out that Axel decided to start on that blue buff. Not going to get a leash again. One of the few junglers that can get away with that. Actually, Hexmist and Axel are both going to be starting on opposite sides, but saying, hey, laners, get to lane, make sure you play it right and don't die. So we're going to see some farming here and some aggression. Which, Fluke coming out with some beautiful skins. I don't recognize that one on Echo, unfortunately.
I think that's the Sandstorm, Echo skin with a chroma, I suspect. I'm not great with the skins, though. So could be completely wrong. We'll have to see there. Actually, I think I got it to search Pike. Pike is Sandstorm, right?
Yeah, Sandstorm, whatever. It's one of like the 3 skins he has. Unfortunately, he has not seen a whole lot of love. But we do see an early push in as a quick scout of the week from Swap, already trying to assert dominance over Fluke, which we do see double teleports on both sides. So expect that craziness that we have seen in games 2 and 3 to occur here in this one as well.
If anything, I'd expect them to be very trigger happy with the TPs this round, just because Akuma Blade's back is up against the wall. You don't want to be giving over any sort of advantage anywhere. And that to me then tests the GOAT's nerves specifically, because we mentioned the Gnar mini versus mega here. If you are too big a rush to get to where you need to go with that teleport, sometimes you don't show up in the right form, and that can definitely backfire.
Never want to be mini Gnar with half health and go, yeah, that's exactly where I want to be, in the middle of the enemy team. Gonna jump forward. Nice dodge to the side. So it looks like NBG has played this matchup before, but still taking the worst of these trades, already down in CS.
Yeah, and when this Silas Gnar matchup here relies very heavily on the Silas's skill level being able to punish the mini Gnar form, because if you can't engage, if you can't punish the mini Gnar, then Gnar will poke you out. When they go mega, they'll be more than happy to duel with you. So a lot onto NBG to win this one. Before, we couldn't tell. Karma hides your skill level a lot, but this time with the Silas, you got nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide indeed. And Hexmist opting to go ahead and take that Rift Scuttle. Same with Axel, and I think Axel is a little bit of a fraction behind in terms of timing. You can actually see Hexmist already up 28 CS, so full clear for him. Axel going to be clearing his as well, so we'll see if Hexmist is the first to make a move here in this game number 4.
Yeah, I don't expect to see a ton of silence here. I feel like once you hit level 6 in any of the lanes, there's a ton of kill potential here, and a gank at 6 from either of these junglers. Well, when the lanes are 6, pardon me, not so much the jungles, because Udyr doesn't care about levels or about level 6. There should be action here, and it'd be very remiss of these junglers to not take advantage of their lane power spikes here.
Yep. Don't want to stay silent for too long. You actually saw a deep ward going down by Fails, who roamed up. But now we're just going to see the first gank, like you said. Gonna throw the hook, does land. They're going to get the stun flash out by Ashel. Heal used as well, so double summoners for none on the side of AKB. So we'll happily take that win.
You should note that Pyke did receive a buff on this patch 11.6, where the stun cooldown is back up to where it used to be. So the cooldown on that has been reduced. Expect to see those stuns come out more frequently here. And the whole idea behind that was that mid lane Pyke was too strong with that, so they nerfed it. Now it's back up, and it enables Pyke to really start roaming. I expect to see an early pair of Moby boots, and then after that, mid lane is going to feel really, really dangerous, and you need to start seeing the pinks come down to track Fails, or else that Pyke could just start getting executes, get everybody rolling here.
Yep, you hate to see 300 gold go to a Pyke. You also hate to see an extra 300 gold go over to whoever assisted. You know, it's just double whammy to the face, and we'll have to keep track of that. Right, something to keep eyes on, and you know the kills will be a little bit deceiving depending on who gets them.
I like both junglers are coming down because that dragon is on the table right now, fairly even, and it looks like Hexmist has already started this up, and Axel, they don't have vision, they don't know.
Yeah, and Axel already went back, so sneaking a dragon away from an Olaf might be the dirtiest move I've seen yet. Hexmist trying his best. And they're going to rotate Fails over to help. So, yeah, Infernal Drake going in favor of AKB here in game number 4.
Now, I'm also at this time, you can just go in on that top side.
Ooh.
That's a flash.
It's going to be a flash forward and an auto attack. First blood out of nowhere, and they're going to find a hook in. This is a fight on the bot side, but Ashel is going to fall. A couple more shots go out, and Keyboarder trying to run away. Axel gets a whack of the hammer. But first blood for Lagoat James in the top lane. AKB gonna be happy about that one.
Oh, yeah, because I was looking at the bots and I was just about to say that the dragon went down. You know that Hexmist probably isn't super healthy. Axel should just force the gank there. They do opt to do that, but they don't get the first blood because Lagoat pulled the trigger faster. And Lagoat right now has been, I feel like the best player for Akuma Blades consistently throughout this series and has done it yet again. The Silas counter pick here not working out. And if that Gnar gets going, it can become a huge split threat here.
Is it weird to say that so far the counter picks that have occurred in this game do not feel like counter picks? Game number 3, it was the Nasus counter pick, didn't really work out in their favor. I think game number 2 came out, and I think it was either the Karthus, I believe, last pick, or that was actually second pick. But counter picks so far in this series just don't seem to help the teams that we think it will.
Yeah, kind of here. And we have to keep in mind, these teams have actually scrimmed each other. So they are privy to information that we don't understand. And it might have worked in the scrims, right? Or it might be something that they've seen the pros work out, and they might not be comfortable quite performing to the same level. I think that's why we're seeing the problem here. Comfort is very important. But despite that, we should also point out that MBG isn't super far behind. Yes, they did die early. That's kind of rough, but they're still even in CS and in terms of experience and levels here.
Yep, and that first blood did give Legoat early Merc Treads plus the, I believe, Executioner's Calling. So immediately going for that health reduction, making sure that Legoat will always have a health advantage over MDG over trades.
Yeah, pretty much here. Oh, bro, I just want to fast forward the game at this point. Like, the early game is exciting, watching the interactions, but I cannot wait to see how these teams will interact in the bigger fights, because neither of them have drafted that huge team fight composition. But in the meantime...
Ooh. Yeah, NBG attempted to do the Gnar against the wall and couldn't get the Womp as best as he wanted. Nice scout of the week in the mid lane. Gonna drop Fluke down to about a quarter, but you see that damage doesn't really take hold as much as you would want as the Syndra.
In this top side, both junglers have been waiting. They're patient up here, but Hexmist a level up.
Yeah, double levels up, and that's immediately just gets destroyed where he stands. That's gonna be the unleashed power and discount of the week. They are gonna try and follow this up, but Fluke comes in with the stasis, nullifying any extra damage. But my gosh, Legoat got a surprise.
Jumped the gun a little bit early there. Rage bar wasn't completely stacked, and the patience coming through from Axel was rewarded. I was getting a little concerned with how long they were spending there, but they do manage to burst down Legoat here. Hexmist barely getting out. That is the flash blown there. So they not only get the kill, they get the flash as well. And now Axel can look to other lanes as well, try and snowball that lead somewhere else.
It's either look to other lanes or continue pressuring. This is something that I haven't really seen and I do want to see from these teams. Pressure a lane that is winning, right? You don't always have to feel like you have to get everyone up to par. Even though a lot of people will say you're only as strong as your weakest link, sometimes your strongest link will carry you all the way to victory, right?
Mm-hmm. True. And you've got an Olaf too, right? Which is one of those prime carry junglers who can take over a game on their own. Granted, you don't have the support. There's no Karma this time. You don't have a Lulu support to buff you up, but you can still wreck faces. Just run in. Ragnarok should be available in roughly about 20-30 seconds here. So I'm looking to see that in one of the lanes where you've got more immobile options. Maybe the bot, maybe the top.
Recall on the feathers doesn't catch, but a scout of the week whiff means Fluke is going to trade back half a swapped HP bar, and that is the Echo Syndra matchup in a nutshell. You miss a CC ability, Echo's gonna punish.
Yeah, and the reverse side of that is Echo doesn't care. Even if they misplay, worst comes to worst, they chrono break, they're right back to it again. They don't really worry too much here. But I do want to point out, Swapped is still winning this lane, is still up in CS, did not, however, get the assist for that topside TP. And this is probably the most even, I think, that we've seen Fluke go into Swap so far.
And I mean, if he's going even, you have to take that as a win, right? Your team is up quite a bit, and now you see, the scout of the week does land. It's going to be a good stun out, making sure Fails doesn't follow up any raw damage. But still, this constant aggression while the dragon is up is pulling multiple members down. Axel goes with the Ragnarok and is going to try and chase as best he can. Level 8 as his health bar is getting depleted. But a very nice hook means Fluke is down. Dragon is up. It is going to be taken by Hexmist, but he can't get out. He is going to pay for his take. A nice jump in stalls out Fails' attempt for safety, as NBG has teleported in key border. Might have to burn the Feather Storm. Very low health, throws it up. Can't follow through, but a hook on Axel is going to return the kill. Shut down. Goes in favor of Keyboarder. Another teleport. Legoat is Meganar, so he can jump in, and they're behind enemy tower. Stuns. Mean death as BLX bit off more than they can chew. A massive turnaround by AKB, as that's unfortunate. Ashel can't pull himself to safety. AKB turn around what looked like a mess in their favor, and of all people, Keyboarder picks up a shutdown or two.
Like a mess, Orbital. That was a mess. It is an absolute overchase from Blacklist. You're already losing pressure because NBG had to TP down. Burnt the flash as well. They were losing pressure top against the GOAT, and you keep overchasing against a Meganar with TP. Fluke at TP as well, and that's the price they pay. They get Dragon, they get kills, and they're about to get Herald as well.
They get everything that they want, and it looks like they're in control. Again, converting is the question, but if they can, they might easily take this game away and force it into a game 5. They just have to keep themselves up in momentum, and this is a way to do it. The sneaky fails is cutting through the health, and he might be able to survive dipping and dodging and dashing. Can't save his life, but it's stalled out enough time. Swapped is trying to run away. NBG getting run down, and the Silas can't stay alive. They're just going to follow up and jump right in. A second proc from the Nard picks up a double kill. Out of nowhere, AKB now up 3.1k, and will take the mid lane as a reward.
The mid lane, they're going to get a second charge off of Shelly here. They can push in. I don't know if they quite have enough damage to take this turret here with Mininar. Come on, Hexmist, get over there.
Yep, they are able to collect it, and that's going to put them at a 2-tower advantage. So, out of nowhere, they now have a 4.7k lead for themselves. 2 dragons up. It's another Cloud Soul. So, I mean, these ultimates are going to be coming up off cooldown very, very quickly, and I think this game might start running away from BLX.
Oh boy, Orbital, we've got ourselves a nice looking game here, but I don't know if it's enough to get us to that Silver Scrapes game 5, because if we cast our minds back to game 1, that was when Link was on this Jinx, and they were down 11.3 thousand gold, but Link managed to come back. They managed to win fight after fight, and right now, I'm still waiting for that first Mythic to come through for Link, because that was really where that Jinx started coming online.
First Mythic indeed. And Keyboarder, of course, went with that Essence Reaver, pretty standard for these Zayas. Hook goes wide, and the hook and return whiffs as Fails and Ashel are consistently trading back their skill shots, trying their best to find a mark, and can't make anything of it. NBG, though, all eyes on this player. 1-3-1 in this game, with 4-1-2 going to Legoat James. He is having a very fun time in this top lane.
Like, one of them is, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to bring up that point about that Phils versus Ashel matchup that we've been seeing so far. The death sentences have not been landing, whereas Phils has been able to consistently land those hooks. Recall that hook into that turret, which got the kill onto Axel before they just collapsed. In lane as well, the early flash having to be burnt on Ashel because of that hook. If they can continue getting those really good, consistent engages, for the side of Blacklist, they don't have a solid tank. So if you can get a good pull, you burst them down, you should be able to start a fight with a numbers advantage here.
Should be what they go for. Dragon is up in 45 seconds. If AKB get this one, they will put themselves on soul point and give themselves another advantage here in this game. And again, BLX, yes, they do well playing from behind, but I mean, as that timer extends, right, AKB might have found their groove to be able to shut it down.
They hopefully have here, because I do really want to see a game 5 here. But for now, Dragon, as you mentioned, is coming up here. They're trying to set up for Soul Point. They are in position. And for Blacklist here, you do have the Kraken Slayer now completed for Link. Yes, the Essence Reaver is good, but the Mythic should out damage that. You just need to set up properly and not get hit by this death push here.
Fnatic in full swing here. Lego James just saying, "Oh, I found a pink ward," and Swap saying, "Get off of my ward." So massive warding advantage going in favor of AKB. They will go ahead and secure this dragon. No follow-up from the Thresh. I don't think Thresh can easily steal away a Drake, so that will be third Drake going over to Akuma Blades. As I don't enjoy seeing teams give up that dragon, but I think it was necessary.
Not without replying in some way. And NBG didn't push that topside turret. It's just minions. They just shoved the wave into the turret. Yes, it will reset, but you're not getting the damage here. You're not able to answer back in terms of these turrets. And for that dragon, the effort they put into it almost felt insulting there. They didn't get the vision down. They just blindly fired a super mega death rocket. Just like, okay, Hail Mary. If it hits, it hits. It don't, oh well, right? And now you're putting yourself in a bad spot. When that soul comes up, granted, it is a cloud soul, not the scariest thing, but still, you want that for an Olaf.
Ragnarok actually popped on the goat here. He might get chunked out, flashes away to safety, and now the follow-up from Hexmas. Wanted some revenge for his top laner, but man, Axel still very scary here in the early parts of the mid game. 3-2-2 for himself, and Legoat has to be a little bit careful.
No, it's closing orbital. You don't pick an Olaf for the late game skill, and we're almost at the 20-minute mark, 18 minutes right now. And Axel, yes, you're 3-2-2, but have you been able to convert those leads? Have you been able to snowball them? For the most part, no. You lost the Herald here. You've lost all the dragons. You haven't taken a single turret. And when you look across the board at everyone else, you're not seeing kills being transferred to the Syndra, to the Jinx, to the Silas. You've got so many kill threats, and none of them are getting a benefit from this Olaf.
None indeed. We'll channel of the hook into the Everfrost. Means NBG will be safe. However, AKB starting to fan out their vision and applying pressure to every single lane, just hoping to allow Fails to get a kill here and there. I mean, I don't think he's been able to get any extra kills, not able to trade any coinage back over, but Axel says he might have found its mark. Again, Ragnarok used, and an Undertow thrown over to key border, so a little bit split on the decision on who should probably die.
Hesitancy on Axel as well to go in. If you're fed, if you're the Olaf, there's no retreat button here. You go in. This isn't the Skarner. You can't impale and run back to your team, buddy. You got to be the one leading the charge. Herald did spawn. It's 19:13 right now, so there's not a lot of time. There's a tiny window here, and Akuma Blades, it looks like they're going to try and rush this Herald down.
I think they can do it. You got about 30 seconds. Should be able to pick that one up and then rotate it into the top or mid, wherever you decide to go. If they drop it mid, I'm fairly certain they should be able to pick up an inhibitor tower at least. With little to no contest, I feel that would be one of the optimal routes if they want to try and continue applying early game pressure. But, I mean, this is just AKB getting everything that they want, and BLX just saying, yeah, we concede everything, just pray Link comes online soon.
And this is not the same as game one. Game one, they did try and fight back. At about the 15-minute mark, we had seen them come in and win some fights as well. But their composition this time with the Olaf isn't quite as strong in the team fight. Whereas for the side of Blades, they've got more threat. Swapped and Fluke going at it again here. Swapped needs not. I'm starting to lose.
The worst part is Swapped actually decided to go for the Leandri's Torment, which is great in theory. You can lay down poke, but against someone like Fluke who will literally dash in your face with the Night Harvester, you are going to lose that trade 100 times out of 100. There is no chance that you win those outputs. And I dislike the fact that Swapped is even going for it, right? Why lose that health when you can stay under tower and try and keep farming the waves?
At this point here, we need to start look at the teams and what they're looking for, because even for Akuma Blades, they're winning right now, but they're not snowballing those leads. I think they need to start rotating their ADC to these standing turrets. Right now, Fluke is the one taking this, but your mid lane inner turret's gone. You should be having Keyboarder go to the side where the objective is spawning soon. Right now, bot side, because Dragon is spawning, and go for that outer inner turret. Instead, they've kind of surrendered the initiative, and instead we see Blacklist being the one to set up the vision, to look for the picks here. Why are they back? Okay, there's still 30 seconds. They need to maintain a stranglehold, and even more, they need to send NBG top, because right now Legoat is getting free turret pressure.
Oh, this is the Kale all over again. This is the Urgot all over again, except Legoat is having a field day. Gnar just power pushing 30 CS up. Link goes ahead and collects red buff, but you're wasting time. Your opponents are freely pushing down. They know that they don't have to go for this Drake, and now BLX are routed. That's going to be Fluke jumping in, getting a good poke down on Ashel. They find the hook and might engage, but they're split. Oh no, Olaf, none of your team is there to help. Mid lane is broken, and AKB have completely shattered BLX's team fight macro. Mid lane is busted wide open. And AKB say, cool, we will keep pushing Shelly and Hill. The heal is used, and they just might end it here. Link getting jumped on and immediately pulled under fails. Gets his first kill, second kill of the game. NBG is going to falter as well. And just that quickly, AKB look like they could end the game here now.
I'd like to see them just walk up and finish off that Nexus start. It's basically did here. Super minions pushing in. Axel will be up in time to wave clear, but definitely this is not game one. Blacklist is in a much, much worse position this time. That was about as ideal a position as you could hope for. They were stuck between turrets and your team collapsing, but they just didn't respond properly. Blacklist came in piecemeal. They were still hesitating. Do we go for Dragon? Do we defend the base? They get neither. Akuma Blade's decisive play is netting them huge returns here. We're at the 10K mark.
That is, I think, the first time I have seen AKB pull off a decisive move like that. Like you said, the swift decision, hey, BLX are completely set up around Dragon. We don't need to push for that. Why would we push for that when it's still 30 seconds away? AKB shoved down top and mid. They are rewarded with a mid lane inhibitor at 22.5 minutes. Now, granted, that does mean free gold barreling in to BLX's side, but Baron is up. Cloud Soul now in the hands of AKB. They run this show no matter where they go, and BLX backed into a corner. I feel like they only have one more fight before their base comes toppling down.
Yeah, one more loss before. If they win, they get more fights. But if they lose a single fight at this point, Blacklist loses game, and we get ourselves a game 5 for Akuma Blades right now. They just need to play this by the book here. Go for Baron, potentially send Legoat to split push bot, and Blacklist can't answer. They've got super minions pushing down the bot side. They don't win in an equal number situation. Blacklist needs to set up a pick somewhere, a death push, or you can't even catch Fails there. Look at Fails just dancing around in the pit.
Oh, Swapped getting jumped on here. Scout of the Week and Unleash Power do literally nothing. And I think it has to be mentioned, RMC, you're going to love this. Fluke went ahead, picked up the Magi Soul Stealer. 8 stacks on that, and they're just going to go for Baron. So AKB feeling confident that they could come out with this victory. However, the Baron has been started up. A couple members are scouting about. And they're just going to keep dancing. This Fluke over the wall is going to solo out the Jinx. Jinx is dead. The fight has started. Chrono Break right back to safety. Let's just go draw in the teleport and a teleport straight into mid. So keep eyes on Legoat if he is able to find that hold. Featherstorm up, Featherstorm out. He is safe. Ragnarok used. And here comes Legoat. He is mega. He says our win. Double kill for Fails. Follow up with a few more ace for AKB.
That's probably a wrap right there. We said they've got one more fight. That's it. They don't need Baron here. They've got supers. They've got the game.
That is it. That is all they wrote. And AKB, back and forth, these two teams have gone, and we are going to a decisive game number 5. These teams are just not letting up.
Got into this orbital. Our producer Hypertension had said that he's got a bit of a curse going, and he predicted we're going the full 5. And yes, we are. I am super happy we're here. Akuma Blades predicted a 3-1. They didn't get it, but they can still make it up with the 3-2. And as for the side of Blacklist, they predicted that Swap would win every single time. This time, Fluke takes the win, and I think both these teams need to stop being overconfident here because it's all coming down to this last, basically, effectively, best of 1 to win it all this entire season.
And the scariest part to me is the game speed has picked up immensely. The first game ended maybe 35 minutes, second game as well. This game ended at about 26, 27 minutes. Both these teams are ready to end this series. If they find an opening, they will take it. So all eyes now onto Blacklist X. Are they able to come back? Are they able to find an answer to this Rush Styles? So here we go. Silver Scrapes, play that music. Game 5 coming right at you after this break. And we are back. It is time. You heard the music. You heard the anthem. A best of 5 series all around. We are here. The final game of this series will be played out between Akuma Blades and Blacklist X. With Akuma Blades, it has not been a reverse sweep. It has not been anywhere close to clean from either side. It's been a back and forth war between these guys. Players have stepped up. Players have stepped down as well. And I mean, I can't wait to see who steps up and is able to show off a star carry performance here in this one.
Both of these teams, it has been a season where they felt like they've not really been challenged for the most part till now. And both of these orgs as well, they're not new names to the UML. They've both tried in the past. Last year, Blacklist kind of got stopped by, I believe, the eventual champions here in the playoffs. And for Akuma Blades, if you follow the amateur scene, Akuma's a very, very well-known name. This is an org that wins. And so for Blades to take this here, it's almost bigger for them to not take it here, considering how successful their org has been almost in every other league they're playing in right now.
Yep, these are guys that expect for themselves to win, and to be forced to drop 2 games has to feel bad, right? This is the group that you said only lost 1 game between the regular season up towards now, and now being forced into 2, they have to be feeling the pressure. They have to be feeling that an enemy has met them. They are being matched at every turn. You see some of these players step up and step out, and I mean, I can't wait to see what the bans come out. We have so many opportune picks, but that game number 4. Right, that was very uncharacteristic of AKB. I want to see them make those decisive plays again, where 22, 23 minutes, you're already pushing to end that game.
Yeah, for sure here. And as you kind of pointed out, in this series alone, these teams have lost more or as much as they've lost everything prior to this point here. And with the way the meta's developed in this series right now, for Akuma Blades, Le GOAT James really does live up to the title of Le GOAT. They are the greatest of all time right now. They've been carrying the entire series on their back. And that last game didn't just come off of Le GOAT. It was Hexmist on this Udyr. Keyboarder. I mean, that Zaya was absolutely monstrous. Everybody's kind of stepping up. And now I'm looking at Blacklist. NBG needs to be able to match Le GOAT here, or else no matter how well everyone else performs, they're always going to fall that little bit behind.
If you have a cheese pick, this is the time to bring it out. If you play that Teemo up through the rank ladder on that private account, better pull it out now. If you play that all-important, Malphite top lane, craziness, whatever, pull it out now. One of the worst things to feel in any situation is I could have done better. I could have done something different. And if you had that feeling leaving a best of 5 at game 5, you didn't do something right. So getting into the picks and bans here, Blacklist X have opted for the blue side once again. They go ahead and ban out the Echo, which did cause a lot of problems in game number 4. However, the Galio still stays, Nocturne still stays for Akuma Blades. Olaf, Hecarim, and Skarner all on the table, so we'll see if they take that out. Karma, though, must ban now, as it feels that's NBG's biggest comfort pick.
Yeah, pretty much that. Top lane, the Silas didn't die in lane terribly much. I mean, yeah, he gave up first blood, and that was kind of it after that. The issue is just that it's just not as impactful in these fights. And Blacklist, I think now that they've recognized that Axel doesn't look too good on this Olaf, they're not comfortable giving it away. But this does mean Seraphine finally off the ban list.
Yeah, well, Seraphine off, but if it goes in the way of Blacklist X, that would be one for the ages. And Akuma Blades read that and say, we don't want that there. This is going to be a little bit dangerous as this does leave a couple options open.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think right now. I mean, there's Hecarim, there's Skarner, they're still available. Volibear, that was something that has been banned. I don't really understand the focus on Volibear for these teams. They've not been playing a lot of Volibear in their regular season. So this has to be one of the newer things here that they scrimmed each other. And for Akuma Blades, they found out that Blacklist somehow places Volibear really, really well. I'm hoping it's jungle, or actually, you know what? Either top or jungle. Both would work, I feel like, for this pick.
Yeah, well, what worked for them last time was that Udyr. So go ahead and locking that one in. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the Darius come out to try and combat this Volibear. I mean, that's been banned pretty much high priority in the second ban phase. So why not give Le GOAT a little bit of a better option, right, in that situation, given the matchup that he so deserves after carrying in some of these situations. But we will have to see. That's going to be the Xayah once again. So tried and true, double lock in 2 of the 5 members that let Akuma Blades win in game number 4 back in for game number 5.
And against the Xayah here, I almost feel like if you're going to pick that super long range champion in lane with great carry potential, why not pick up the Caitlyn here? We did see that for the side of Link, that Caitlyn looked really, really well. It should still do pretty decently into the Xayah here. And for Akuma Blades, they can wait for that last pick here for this Darius and the last rotation, see what else gets locked in. But instead, Misfortune, Blacklist, where I need to see an AoE support come out here to pair with this.
Got to see that AoE support, of course. You know, Nami's always fun. I prefer Nami, but again, Nami is pretty far down that list right now. Leona, though, able to do a little bit of the same things and, you know, all these options, but banned out in game number 4 did cause Swap some problems. Might pick it up here to be a little bit safe, and they do lock it in.
Okay, this is somewhat risky here because normally you pair Leona or Nautilus with that Misfortune. Now, both of those can potentially just be banned out in the next phase, and then you don't have that super easy press and click ultimate to come through to pair with that bullet time here. Ooh, okay, LeBlanc into Ori. Now, this is kind of new here. Fluke plays a lot of LeBlanc. Is their most played solo queue champion, which is good. What is less good is LeBlanc's state right now in the current meta. There's a reason why we don't even see it. Even Faker, the LeBlanc god himself, has not been playing the LeBlanc because it just doesn't quite have enough damage, doesn't have quite enough survivability, and can be punished, can be popped very, very quickly.
Yep, well, you are into a situation where you won't get hard CC'd out, just have to worry about that poke being laid down, but Akuma Blades do notice that Leona could be a potential stunner. So goes ahead and takes that one away. Blacklist X, again, going straight back to banning out the top side. I feel Akuma Blades could have gotten away with taking that Darius. I would have loved to see that one coming out for Legoat James, you know, throwing that one up there, but just not going to happen. And Akuma Blades still punishing the support. Rel, once again, banned away, not allowing that one to be in play.
Yeah, I mean, Rel's Magnet Storm, of course, is huge for that bullet time. Just pull everybody in, and on top of that, you pair it with the shockwave here. It's like, we'll pull you in, you think you got out, we'll pull you in again with the shockwave, we'll do more damage, we'll lock you down. Really solid here. I just really don't like the LeBlanc pick here because I really feel like the LeBlanc, like, that wasn't going to get banned. You could have picked it later. I agree.
Yeah.
The Darius pickup would have been great. Now, most likely support pick coming through for Akuma Blades because they want to reserve that top lane counter pick, right? It has been Legoat who's been winning the lane. Give him a champion to counter pick, and you can trust that your top side will be rock solid.
Yep, and the Pyke worked last time as well. Gave him a solid lane matchup. Had some good picks here and there. Obviously didn't have that hype quality that you like to see, you know, that 7 or 8 kills, but all right. So game number 4, they didn't give it to me. Here in game number 5, they say, yeah, we'll go ahead and play the Rakan. That's fine. Walk me through this. There were some other supports that were on the table. Do you like this? Yes or no? Your face is telling me no.
Orbital, I walk you through this. Well, you know, just turn the corner, fall off the cliff. That's how I'm walking through this. Rakan, it's such a weird, like, you don't have a tank right now, and you're forcing Legoat to go something tanky here. Hexmith, sure, Udyr is kind of tanky, but that's not the sort of tank you need to buy time. Blacklist as well. They're going with the Gragas here. Is that a support Gragas? I mean, okay, so Gragas really strong right now in multiple lanes, but I will put the caveat, when you pair a Gragas with Misfortune, you better get that combo right, because if that bolt time comes out and you explode cask everybody away, somebody on that team is going to be in hot water.
Nope, that's Alistar possibly, Gragas possibly top. Again, it could still be a swap, so the Gragas and the Volibear, they will have their chance to kind of swap it around. Still though, this feels like everything that we have learned in the last 4 games has been tossed out the window, and they go back. Oh my gosh, I quit. Ladies and gents, we will go into an intermission. We will do with this as you will, because this is nothing makes sense. Very much to our producer, but what it's like an amalgamation of games 1 and 4. They picked random bits and pieces that might work, might not work, and slapped it together for game 5.
Yeah, like if you had picked all the champions that had won you a game, okay, I can get behind that. But what is this LeBlanc? What is this Rakan? And now Kale? We're just talking about a lack of tank, and Akuma Blades is like, tank? What's that? Don't need that. I've got Divine Judgment here. We're going to go with that invincibility here, and that's what we're going to roll with. I really dislike this draft from Akuma Blades. So I'm going to say here, Blacklist, their draft makes way more sense to me. You've got the disengage, okay. If they engage in with the Rakan, if you don't tag up that Gragas, that Rakan might find themselves doing a grand entrance and a very quiet gray exit.
Yeah, this is. However, I will say I will give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of you take that chance, right? I said it before. I like teams that are willing to take that gamble. However, gambling with only a high card in hand against what could possibly be a full house, not exactly odds you want to take. This is painful to me a little bit, and I'm expecting Akuma Blades really, I feel sat down, said, hey, we tried everything, we got to beat them in raw skill. This is the point that they are kind of saying. This is a hard, we win lane, we win game, or we don't win at all.
Yeah, pretty much. I think if Akuma Blades wins this series, 100% my MVP vote is going to look at James, because I just don't see how this matchup is at all viable. And I'm just thinking too, in lane, how does the KO deal with the Gragas? Before level 6, you're a melee champion. You're a melee minion. You don't do any damage. You walk up, belly slam, barrel, you're just going to eat a whole chunk of damage from Gragas. Nothing you can do about it. Post 6, your range, whoop-de-doo. Great, you still can't trade with that Gragas. His barrels will out damage your trade pretty much. They've got sustain. So the laning's not going to go great. Outside of lane, who's your front line here? In a big team fight, you're betting basically right now that Fluke, Legoat, and Keyboarder can burst down a Volibear, a Gragas, and Alistar with Unbreakable Will before a Shockwave hits them, before the bullet time, which is going to outrange everybody by about half a screen here, is not going to shred down your entire team. It's a lot of ifs right now, and if anything, if in this series, if I've learned anything, ifs aren't a great idea.
Ifs are not a great idea, and we've been kind of harping on Akuma Blades. I feel 4 solid reasons. But let's go ahead and move over to the side of Blacklist X. This is, I personally have grievances whenever champions that have been banned away for 4 games suddenly get let through. I have flashbacks back to, I believe it's SKT versus Samsung, where a baited, LeBlanc came out. But, I mean, taking a look at this composition, it feels that Blacklist X have built very well. SKT versus EDG. I've been corrected, which, thank you very much for that. But this Volibear. Let's talk about it. If this is a Volibear that's been banned away for 4 games in a row and they have let it through, do you feel this is a good composition for it?
It's not a bad one. The Volibear does work well into AoE compositions. That Stormbringer works really, really nicely. I would have liked to see a bit more lockup, though, coming through to help that Volibear, to help everything kind of pull together. But I think the Volibear is a solid pick. And more importantly, Volibear also did get a bit of a buff here on 11.6. Does have more sustain in the jungle. So it's a really solid jungler right now, can gank into lanes, brings a bit of tankiness, and early on brings the damage you need to get ganks off.
Well, I mean, it's all on the line here. We are on the rift for the final game of the evening. To those that have stuck with us through thick and thin through the first 4 games, you are in for a treat. We have champions that we have not seen in quite some time in the LeBlanc and the Rakan. I mean, I can't say the last time I seen a Rakan played in a competitive game. And I mean, this is do or die for AKB. They have selected these champions to stake their win on. And of all things, a game number 5, hats off to them.
And Blacklist are in a similar situation as well, right? Their backs are also up against the wall. They've chosen to go more standard here. And so I need to see them be able to absorb this cheese that's coming out, be able to punish the weaknesses of this composition. The Alistar coming through, we didn't really touch on it. The Alistar is a fine pick here. It works really well with the Orianna. We see it a lot. But I would have preferred to see the Nautilus because it punishes the Rakan a little bit better. As it is right now, if Rakan goes and applies the CC, if you're not fast enough with your Q, with your Pulverize there, then, well, Rakan might be able to get in, poke, and run right back out.
Just try your best to lay down as much damage as you can, wherever you get the chance. As a start of red bus for both junglers. Once again, starting on opposite sides. But Heximus this time, possibly going to be a little bit wary.
I mean, Hexmith should be able to farm this out faster, though. We're already seeing some trades in the mid lane and bot side.
Level 1 and nice little feathers being thrown around. Again, this is the strength of the Lovers duo. They do get some added bonuses to some of their abilities.
Thankfully, with the Alistair, you do heal up with that passive here. So taking a bit of poke sucks, but you don't necessarily have to recall immediately when you take a bit of that poke. And I'm just waiting for that level 2. When the hit but pulverize combo comes up and is available, then we might start to see Link potentially get a little bit more aggressive here with Ashel.
Yeah, but the problem is of course, you take a look at the inventories, they actually already burned their potions. Link doesn't have any potion charges. Ashel's already down to 1. And that's just not a good look at level 1 and 2 that you are forced into this defensive positioning.
Ooh, I like what I'm seeing top, though, as we see Axel looking up there. Lagoat already kind of low, but suspect something the moment MBG started walking up there. Great retreat here, good senses, and I hope to see a regank. Axel can just bounce between mid and top here.
Could do that. But it looks like MBG is doing just fine on his own. You see Lagoat just going, come on, stop hitting me with the belly, I just want to farm. Level 3 is no fun for a Kale.
Early roam up as well here from Fails. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish with a level 2 Rakan here. Fluke, once again, not surprisingly, not really winning out in the early trades. And again, not super surprising. Orianna can actually handle LeBlanc fairly well in lane. You just put a couple points into that shield and really it negates all the damage. Or if you're able to dodge everything out, you can just out trade with your autos as well.
Yeah, and I mean that is one of the huge things with Orianna. A lot of people do take her passive for granted, but now Lagoat in a larger minion wave, this might be the chance that they are looking for. And Lagoat actually turns a little bit, burns the flash, and might just get run down. Slow, calm, and calculated. First blood goes the way of BLX.
A much higher potential to kill lane compared to the Shen versus Kale matchup we had seen before. That will be nice for MBG. The kill did go over to MBG. It wasn't donated to Axel. So Axel will have to go and find their own leads elsewhere. A good poke out onto Hexmith. Just going to slow them down just that little bit here.
The worst feeling as well. Lagoat burned flash. MBG and Axel didn't. This could be a regain for as long as time goes on. And I'm very curious to see if that will occur. Axel, though, getting spotted out. I think he got spotted on that ward, or in passing. So keep eyes on where he goes. Keep eyes on where Hexmith is attempting to roam to as well.
I don't know if Axel actually got spotted out there on that ward. We're not seeing the pings come down. If anything, they're going for a repeat on Lagoat.
Oh, no. Flash in to stun. Hexmith, though, looking to try and follow up. And that's going to be the Thunder coming right down. Lightning giving a shield to Axel. NBG doesn't have flash. Keep that in mind. And Axel actually getting burned down. They have to turn on to Hexmith. And that's the kill. NBG getting his second. Follow up into stun. Wow. Flash is used and shield.
Everything.
Oh, this is going to be gifted over to Sloth. Sloth walks up from mid and BLX up to a healthy 1.2k lead.
I was just thinking over after the last game, you said that the pace of the games have been picking up here. And you go pick a kill into a game where things have been speeding up. Well, this is what happens. Blacklist has correctly identified that this top lane is highly vulnerable, and they just baited Hexmith the entire way. They're kind of dangling the bait. And then once Hexmith was completely in there, no way out, they kill him. They kill Lagoat as well. That's an early 3-kill lead across the top half of the map.
And this is something that I want to see for a very long time. A team identifying a weak point and hammering it home, right? Stop trying to get everyone in the lead. You only need one real winning lane in situations like this. You can see it now. Gragas is very strong, building towards that AP side, and Lagoat will not be as strong as we've seen before.
Bot side as well. We looked away for a while. Not a lot of action has been coming through. Keyboarder and Fails are up CS right now, even with that call. But they've kind of lost pressure right now. And with the dragon spawned, with it available, Axel is going for it, relying on the pressure they have from these mid and bot lanes here.
Wave is pushed out. Link goes ahead and shoves it up, and that will be first Drake in their pocket. So BLX getting all of the early game pressure, and AKB left to pick up the scraps if they're not careful.
even if they are careful, I just don't see what they can do right now. The goat almost 6, just trying to sneak experience. Is actually getting zoned out a little bit from the minion wave, and once the goat 6, it'll be so much easier. But bot side,
fails, gets ignited and chunked out, but a couple feathers from Keyboarder means that both supports are on the receiving end of pain. It's going to be a little bit of an explosive cast, dropping James back, but the barrel roll out doesn't land, so James is free to heal right back up. Almost a solo kill for NBG.
Yeah, and the reason why MBG kind of didn't all in there was because the Divine Judgment was available. The invincibility was there, so you couldn't have actually gotten that kill. If you expend too much, you go too deep, you're in trouble. And turns out they were completely right. Hexmas was zooming their way in as quick as they can. Ooh, nice chunk.
Double ups coming out from Link are starting to hit true. Swapped as well. You said it just right. I mean, this LeBlanc, usually you like to see Assassins have some sort of CS leader, at least kills in favor of CS, but just not doing anything right now. A battle over the scuttle here might result in BLX's death, as Fails has roamed up. And so far, little glimpses of aggression from both these sides, whether it nets them kills or not. I like how they're all thirsty for blood, and they are willing to try and take those gambles.
Yeah, and they're not being careless. They're not being over aggressive to the point where they're feeding kills. We've seen that happen with Axel just diving turrets. This time, it's not happening here. They're wisely backing off most of the time when they know that nothing's going to come of it. I suspect we're seeing a lot of topside attention now because the teams are looking for Herald. And now Ashel is up here. They will be able to secure the scuttle. And Fails has left lane for a long time here, letting Ashel catch up in terms of experience.
Well, another point out there is this is a Mountain Dragon second, so either Ocean or Infernal, both souls wants to fight over, so I expect some beef, I expect some chaos around that dragon to occur if teams are not careful, if teams allow for people to stack up. And I mean, I want to see 5v5s all day, every day. Oh, a dodge by Legoat still takes a lot of pain from the AP blast, but Axel with the Rift Herald is ready to go. Oh, they want to take him down so bad.
75 gold to save your life. Definitely well spent. Ward saved lives. Maybe Legoat. Oh, okay. I was thinking Legoat stepping out a little bit far. And Fluke is now being called up to deal with this here. That is some more lane pressure being lost.
Yeah, they're just going to hard dive it. That's going to be the ultimate use to stay alive for a little bit longer. Does delay the time, but a nice body slam denied. Fails. Oh, that was a combination of successes. Ignite goes down. NBG might fall. And here comes Hexus. The pop in the face. The Phoenix takes him down. BLX chased a little bit too far. The rest of the squad is here. Shockwave draws Hexus in. Oh my gosh. This is chaotic in AKB's topside jungle. 2 for 1. Plates taken, but BLX come out worse for wear.
When Blacklist, up to this point, they were doing so well. And then finally, they let their greed get the better of them there. They overchased quite a bit, and they're being punished for it. Not only do they lose 2 kills to 1, but bot side, Keyboarder gets to free fire. And we've seen this before. If Keyboarder gets far ahead on this Xayah, they can absolutely wreck a lot of these team fights. And this is a composition for the side of Akuma Blades that will not need to group up. All of them have a lot of individual agencies. So that bullet time is going to already struggle to show the maximum sort of efficacy here, much less when the enemy ADC is so fat that they can sort of one-shot you with a good Featherstorm Blade Caller.
Jeez. Hexmas, though, coming in with the 2 kills for himself has to feel good. Got him back in the game. And, I mean, they're only down 600 gold, right? That means that they, hopefully on some semblance, understand that they are still very much in this game. This game is not over. Question being, though, Fluke was able to pick up 2 assists, still a little bit behind, went for those Sork shoes early, so gets a little bit of burst damage. But, I mean, we want to see this LeBlanc start taking off. The only question is, where do we see her start roaming to? Apparently nowhere. I eat my own words as Ashel forces the double distortion out.
As you said, kind of nowhere here. There's not great targets. The Alistair's kind of tanky. The Orianna shouldn't be dead in a 1v1 as long as Swap plays this right. And Swap has been the better mid laner for most of the series. So you're kind of looking at this bot side at Link. And that's one. And Fluke hasn't really been able to rotate out too much. Maybe they're looking for the fights when the bullet time comes down, when that Misfortune's immobile. Maybe that's when we'll start seeing the value of this LeBlanc pick.
Maybe so. Good chunks across, but the dragon is up. Looks like it will have to be conceded to BLX as all lanes are pressing in their favor. AKB a little bit slow on the rotate. And LeBlanc doesn't even want to rotate over, so Fluke is not going to join the battle. Dragon goes down. 2 dragons up, Shockwave lands, and that's going to be Fluke throwing out the chain, and the explosive gas actually draws it back. One more auto attack might be there. Where goes the star? The clockwork win. Swapped picks up a kill. As we hear the howl of the Infernal Drake, this game is gonna be spicy.
I personally love an Infernal Soul over even an Ocean Soul because it just feels so much better when you chunk people. Yeah, Ocean Soul is super annoying and it's probably actually more impactful, but it doesn't feel as impactful because healing doesn't show up. Damage numbers certainly do here. So for the side of Akuma Blades, they do have to be careful. They couldn't fight for dragons before this because Lagoat on that kill doesn't bring anything to the fight right now. But they cannot keep seeding these dragons like this, especially not an Infernal Soul that has been taken down almost as soon as these dragons have been taken out almost as soon as they've spawned here on the Rift.
At this point, it's whoever gets there first. This is not going to be like game number 1 where you saw the first team there get run out of the Baron Pit, right? Or the Dragon Pit. This is not who... it might be, yeah. This could be very dangerous, but... Again, BLX feel like they are much further in control than in previous games. I mean, you know, top lane going in their favor up in CS, and Swap now getting the same treatment. Multiple members there, and he pulls a Shockwave, can't find some help. Astral might be next on the list. The headbutt, Pulverize, only keeps Xmas off, but nice little shutdown. I think going in favor of Fluke there.
Yeah, really good ganks coming through. Now they're starting to punish. Now that the Turbo Cam tank is available for Hexmist here, that mid lane is no longer as safe. And for the side of Blacklist, you drafted a composition that wants to group up, that wants to team fight. You need to now start playing to that win con. This Orianna is going to be in bigger danger here than the LeBlanc. Same with your Misfortune as well. We've not seen the ganks go into the bot lane, but what Hexmist can do to Swap, they can do to Link.
And that is going to be the question in mind. You know, all these players still free farming and gold as dead even as ever as we just passed the 14-minute mark. You can see vision kind of scattered haphazardly across the map, but about 6 different wards across BLX's I think jungle. I mean, they have not spotted any of them, and that is a testament to AKB, their aggression, their hope to find some picks and to get themselves some advantages. That's gonna be the jump in. The Pulverize catches Hexmist, and the teleport comes in. Yeah, they just found Udyr. Does get the flash out, but a Thunderlord jumps in. Stormbringer ready to go, and that's a huge Shockwave combination. The Wombo takes out the Udyr. They don't find any more, but that is a small taste of what may be to come.
The explosive cast can certainly knock people out of combos, but it can also set them up. That was a beautiful explosive cast into Shockwave as well. And for their pains here, they should be able to pick up this Herald, maybe even a KO to boot.
Oh, this is a good way to do it. You punish, rotate, punish, and that's only going to delay a death for a little while longer. Giving out to NBG 3-1-1 on this Gragas, and so far, this pickup has done very well into the KO.
Yeah, definitely 0-3-1, as you said. That's not a score you want to see. And Lagoat looks like they might be going for the Kraken Slayer build potentially here. It's not the usual Nashor's Tooth we see, and that does mean that it's going to take longer for this KO to come online to really start doing the same amount of damage. Not to mention, we saw the tier pickup as well was something that we didn't see the last time Lagoat played it. And I've got to say, right now, not working out. First turret goes down, and Blacklist once again find themselves a small lead here.
Small lead extending out 2K in favor. I want to say actually 1.8. That's going to be closed even more. But AKB, we talked about it before, right? They are on a time limit. Their entire composition hinges on winning lane, and thus far they haven't, right? So taking a look towards that mid to late, is there an opportunity for them to get back into this game? Is there an opportunity for them to be able to start finding opportunities and take back control?
Sure, and I don't think it's so much about winning the lane for them as it was trying to play through this.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa, he forgot the Unbreakable Will there.
Yeah, didn't think that the kill was going to be enough, and Axel dropped the Herald. I think he forgot that he had it, because that is a Okay, no, never mind. I mean, they can break bot lane open, and that will take out most of the towers, but looked like a little bit more of a fat finger.
Don't know if they can actually take down this bot lane turret here. You can already see that, sure, Shelly will get the charge off, but that's it. Nobody else can follow up, and definitely, I think, a bit of a mistake there on the side of Axel. And the overconfidence right now is a little bit worrying. Ashel needs to pop that Unbreakable Will. That LeBlanc does do damage, and you don't want to give free kills over to an assassin. TP to the bot side here. Dragon, they're fighting for this one.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Legoat actually lost his flash on top side as well. MBG was able to burn that one by throwing the explosive cask. So he has to run all the way down. And, I mean, this one priority-wise so far in AKB's court. This is squad rotating in down to about 1.5k, and there they go. Oh, knocked out the Stormbringer, but the goal is the Dragon. He's fighting away. Hexmas picked it up. The clone is destroyed, and the rest of the squad is running as fast as they can because that's 4 members on 4. Shockwave draws back Keyboarder. He is deleted before he is able to throw down the Feather Storm, and this is just kills galore. A bloodbath in the making. BLX lose the Infernal Drake, but pick up 3 for their support.
Really well played by Akuma Blades. I know that they're the ones on the short end of the stick. They traded 1 for 3 here, but the fact that they even got the Dragon, Hexmiss was up a level, but the engage from Blacklist was almost picture perfect. The way Axel came in, forced everybody off, and the fact they still got the Dragon, great. Fluke as well, playing with that clone, getting everybody to burn things onto that clone, huge. The problem is draft difference. You've got a composition which simply cannot fight in a front-to-back fashion against what Blacklist is bringing to the table. You saw Legoat James did nothing. Level 11, still not really a champion. At best, you're a super minion. Maybe a burned-up super minion at best. Not even that, because you're not that tanky. But you've got some damage. Keyboarder, not able to pump out sufficient damage. And X-Fluke goes in, does one rotation, has to walk right back out. They don't win those.
I don't win, and so it's back to almost game number 1 where they are trying to find little scraps of gold to kind of line their pockets, right? Maybe a split push Udyr coming out, maybe waiting on Legoat James to finish up his mythic and start being that shred damage dealer that they're looking for. However, the side of BLX has so far been able to identify the points of contact, identify the strong points of AKB's composition, and floated that line to a T, right? That team fight, I honestly feel it shouldn't have worked in their favor because they were distracted by Fluke, and yet it did, right? They were able, after that headbutt knocking everyone out of the Stormbringer, it was just like, I don't think they should have won that.
Yeah, and then props to Axel and NBG, especially NBG, because Axel had the Karthus game, had the Olaf game, but has also had some really great games with the Skarner. The Volibear looking like another really good game, but NBG on this Gragas has been key. 4-1 and 3 right now, dominated lane in that fight as well. It was the belly slam that caught up to them, helped enable that re-engage here. And so for the side of Blacklist, I want to see them continue playing around these 2 members. They are your initiate anyways here. Ashel can serve as secondary or as peel. Wait for that bullet time to complete before you start throwing your body in there to add more team fight CC.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Play the sad violin here. Legoat has nothing. Does have the ultimate, but might just let it happen. Wow. That's a kill going over to Ashel, so I mean that's a hold. But Swap now getting dove under tower. Nice little knockup. One more auto attack might do it. A Q doesn't get the kill though, so Swap will survive that tower dive, and that's going to open up a window of opportunity at the Baron for BLX.
Yeah. Phils doesn't have TP, neither does Fluke. Fluke opted for the Ignite, Swap does. So this should be numbers advantage for a Blacklist here. And look at the Baron health. It's already down to about half health here. Can Akuma find a miracle?
Smith might have to attempt. This is a big one if they can get it. 21 minutes is all it is. In goes Fluke, gets a nice little chunk. Unbreakable Will has been utilized, and in he goes. He flashes it. Are they going to get a kill before an early smite can't secure it? BLX pick up Baron and a very close 50-50.
Boy, I was sweating on that one. When Hexmiss got in there, I thought they might actually get this. Hexmiss is still a level up, and honestly, I thought the hit button needed to come out earlier, the pulverize as well, but the patience, they managed to take Hexmiss down. They've got the Baron, and I can't believe this, Orbital, because it's 12-5. It really should be. It should feel like Blacklist is dominating this game, making all the moves. But it doesn't. It still feels like things are really, really close. And even with this Baron buff right now, Blacklist need to start getting all these standing turrets, these standing gold piles for themselves to really get themselves a solid lead here.
I don't think they're worried about that because the fourth Drake of the game is coming up. If they get this one, they will put themselves on Soul Point. And again, Infernal Soul, you want that. You want that big time to annoy your opponent, to cut them down that much faster. And what better way to do it than having a 5-1 NBG on the top side, level 13 running the show. Kraken Slayer finally picked up by Legoat, but you're an item and a half too far behind.
That's kind of true, but the inherent kit here of the kill does also mean that while you're behind an item, kill will out damage the Krakens here as well if they ever even get close. And because they didn't get that third Drake, their soul timer gets set a little bit behind. It should be enough time that by the time soul comes up, Legoat might actually be level 16 if they give them solo experience, might be able to actually start contributing to these fights. So
oh, that's going to be a Gale Force and Featherstorm used to keep Keyboarder alive. And AKB are forced to give up that dragon. Again, it is not soul, so they have a little bit of extra time, but they are now going to lose out on this mid-push initiative. You see Fluke off on the side. You also see Fails off on the side. That's just a jump all the way in. That's going to be a draw in. Stormbringer used. Bullet time missing on everyone, and Blast going over the wall. Goes the Gragas. NBG might be killed here. Let's get the belly slam back over. Fluke dives right into the middle, but gets punished for it. A double up doesn't land, and no one died in that entire exchange, but the health bar is drastically in BLX's favor.
Bunch of summoners blown as well for the side of Akuma Blades. It's the flash from Fluke. Both summoners for Keyboarder, Ignite for Fails, but I still count that as a win because they distracted Blacklist long enough that their mid-inner turret still stands, that Legoat got the top lane outer turret and got back in time to help support the team.
I also feel BLX didn't need to do that. If they didn't chase, they could have used Baron to power down that tower, open up the base a little bit more, but they opted for the kills. So good on AKB. They stay alive. They keep the gold at least close within that 1 to 2K margin. So don't lose out too much on the Baron push. Question is, 4 minutes on this Drake, how are they going to play this engaged? Because they can't just give it for free.
No, and they play it. If you're at the side of Akuma Blades, you play this as chaotically as you can because Hexsmith has shown that they're very, very good at these 50-50s. They're very good at stealing, and what they need to do is to be able to get in there. And also, the entire composition, like we talked about for Akuma Blades, they've got initiative, they've got priority. They can do their own thing here. So when you're split up, they can do more. Whereas for Blacklist, we still not seen a great bullet time so far.
Not seen a good bullet time, but nice little combos come out as the vision has been cleared. And I will say AKB running 3 sweepers, a scryers, and a warning totem. I mean, they are trying to make this map as blind as they can.
And honestly, they've been doing actually a pretty good job of denying a lot of this vision, trying to make sure that they don't get spotted moving around. It's just that because Blacklist is stronger, they get to rotate first. And now, because Fluke was caught split pushing that top side, that inner turret that they defended so well during the Baron buff ends up going down after Baron's down.
Yeah, and bot lane might be there as well. So these 2 towers, integral to holding in case you go for that dragon, will both fall very, very quickly. So AKB looking to try and get a rotate over. Over goes Fluke. Does get a nice chain root combo down, but just not a whole lot of damage. You can see what RMC, I think anyone can see now what you're talking about. Not a whole lot of damage. And that LeBlanc building Ludens into Void Staff has to hurt.
It's actually not all that bad. The Void Staff, the way the magic resistance is and the way you're penetrating is actually pretty decent for that Void Staff. And because we're seeing so many tanky members as well, it kind of scales up with them. It's not necessarily ideal for raw burst damage, but it's cheaper also. So I can see why Fluke's doing it, but you're right. It's not enough right now. And before we saw Ashel kind of get comboed down, this time not happening. Ooh,
NBG gets off the CC that he wants, but still falls shut down. Going to Keyboarder. So his first kill of the game. Mind you, 26.5 minutes. Keyboarder, the one that we used to watch and, kind of praise his kill score. First kill in 26.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough there. And I'm just looking at timers right now. Baron will be coming up just shortly after MBG respawns. So it's Blacklist have a bit of an option here. They just need to stall out the Baron, and then maybe they can just burn down that Inferno and go back up. The vision right now has kind of lapsed around both these major objectives. Top side of the map, almost completely red, whereas there's sporadic bits of blue. It's not really well set up, and I need to see Blacklist set up a bit more here. Whichever side they decide they want to go for is fine, but they do need to set up for it.
They also need to commit, because right now Fluke is showing that even though he has not been a major player of this game, he is still able to apply that split pressure, catching 2, 3 on 2. Very nice unbreakable will, and Ashel fends off this bush gank.
And that's TP blown from Lagoat as well. But I think in the short term, if you are going to fight over this Baron here, not having the unbreakable will is going to be massive right now, Axel.
Oh, swapped! Might die here. No, the ignite doesn't go down because there is no ignite, but swapped. Full HP gone, so Fluke saying, yeah, this is why I picked this champion. And all of a sudden, AKB have pressure on Baron and Dragon.
And right now, by the time Swap TP's back, it's a little too late. If they do want to fight this, they have to go in first. But Ashel, no unbreakable will. TP already started channeling.
And that's going to be a nice little knock-up onto Lagoat. They're going to try and jump in. Axel dashing all the way through. Bullet time zones them all out, but keep eyes on Fluke. He is right behind. Might be able to solo out Link. Going to try and dance it. Ball straight in the corner. Jump in. Nice on 2. They might have found the kills of the need. Link pushed right out of the fight. That's going to be a nice Stormbringer straight into the backline. And the health bars are bleeding on both sides. Nice stun straight there. And AKB found the chaos that they need. Carries are down. ADC is down. That's an unfortunate disconnect as Axel is trying his best. Double kill for the Bear, but a triple for the LeBlanc. Make that a double, very sorry. But AKB out of nowhere, find a team fight of team fights. Ace for Fluke and Dragon for AKB.
The composition that shouldn't have worked is somehow working here. The chaos theory, I guess. The Akuma Blades pull it off, and a lot of that right now is coming off the back of Fluke. Fluke almost single-handedly turning that fight, that flank. That's why we said eyes on Fluke. They managed to zone Link out, and because Swap got popped down immediately, there just was no damage. They couldn't quite finish anybody off, and yes, NBG does do damage, not enough damage.
It was too chaotic for me even to talk about what was going on. I stumbled over my words so hard there because it's just confusing, right? This is a team comp that we thought was not supposed to be able to connect with a lot of these kills, and yet they found the optimal sides. You saw Swapped and Link both sitting on the bottom side, which in my opinion should never happen. When you know a LeBlanc is roaming around the side, you should never leave your primary carries alone on that side. That's how the Rakan was able to find that quick jump in. This spells a little bit of disaster. AKB getting a second Drake when you're on soul point, when you have a composition that can follow up. I mean, Blacklist X might be faltering at the final steps to victory
here, especially when Lagoat is starting to come online. Remember how we said level 16 for that kill does become a real champion, and because they get that dragon, they definitely, I think Lagoat's level 15 right now, basically there. So the next couple of fights, Lagoat's online, and right now the LeBlanc is doing damage. You don't have a ton of magic resistance right now, just yet. So team fights are going to get worse for Blacklist in the short term. Long term, once you build the MR, you'll be a-okay. So for next fight, what I need to see is Ashel start hanging out in the back with Orianna, with Misfortune. Don't go charging in, because that's what happened. You charge in, Link's dead, Swap's dead. You hang back, you peel. Maybe you keep the LeBlanc off and they can pump out the damage to kill everybody else. And then once the LeBlanc is the only one left standing, you either kill her or she has to walk away.
Yeah, and I also want to give props over to the Rakan player, right? On AKB side, disconnected midway through that fight and still was able to output Sun CC, able to output the pressure that he needed, the engage tools that his team needed. I mean, props for that last leg. You're disconnecting. Hit the last button.
Yeah, I guess there fails for a reason, and at least some internet failed, router failed, no clue what failed. But well, there we have it, folks.
We will go ahead and get that figured out for you. Hopefully, we'll get back in the game shortly. But let's talk about what this spells out. Right, multiple towers down on both sides. I don't think inhibitors haven't broken just yet, if I remember correctly. And these I mean, that is problematic to me. When you're up 3 dragons on the side of Blacklist X, the longer this game goes on, like you said, that kill is going to come online. Where do they start pinching? What to you signals the ideal team fight that they can have to really pull this game back in their favor?
Well, like I said, that bullet time. Still not a single good one coming out yet. And it's not so much, I'm not putting that on Link right now for not being able to get the bullet times. The setup just isn't there. That's why I had originally wanted to see, other than Gragas, something that can set you up, maybe a J4 and you put the Volibear top or something like that, something that can enable you. Because right now, bullet time comes out and Akuma Blade just goes running off to the side. They don't care. They're just like, whoop, 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 we're out. Like, they don't take the damage here. So right now, I need to see a bit of a better setup. Maybe you don't fight in that open river. Maybe you look for a pinch point in the jungle, a choke point. And like I said, keep Ashel back to zone out the LeBlanc, and that full bullet time comes out, you get a win there. That's what I'm looking for, because things are only going to get worse for Link as we go on here. Misfortune, not a great skilling ADC.
Yeah, maybe also cover your backside, right? You were mentioning before all that team fight broke out, the vision, not really coordinated. It was sporadic. It was placed here, there, random spots where maybe you can hide it out. And a huge thing is whenever you go for objectives, you have to kind of condense your vision, right? Bring it all in, get those pink wards down. Now that the dragon's down, next one is up for Baron. I mean, do you see Blacklist X actually setting up, because, very telling where you put the vision is in the enemy jungle, isn't in your side. Do you feel they need to be more worried about the defensive posturing, or do you think they should be pushing into enemy territory, trying to find picks on their own?
They lost Baron actually after that fight. I don't quite remember who was up after that, but normally speaking, at this point in the game, if you get out, you lose not only the dragon, you lose the Baron. And producer just informed us it was the Udyr, LeBlanc, Kayle. All I needed to hear was Udyr, Kayle. That's it. They can just burn down the Baron. It won't be the top necessarily, but they can still take it. And with the death timers right now, if they do opt to go for it, I think they've got a pretty decent chance of getting it. You get that, you push, and suddenly, more than a while, it should be an Akuma Blade favored side. And we're back.
Yeah, we are back now. A complete ace, as you can see. And again, yeah, Baron, not exactly what you would want to do at this point in time, but you can see that might be the next option. Still, I would not have expected personally that we would get a potential 7 dragon game. That's crazy to me.
Oh, 100%. And I don't think the next fight goes quite the same way. In that last fight, I want to remind you that Ashel didn't have the ultimate available. No Unbreakable Will was huge. Swap also arrived a little bit late because of the way they got chunked out from Fluke. So for this Baron buff, as long as Blacklist doesn't get chunked out, as long as they get the setup right here, they should be able to win this next fight.
I mean, they should, because Fluke is very confident in himself. Second game in a row. Second Magi Soul Stealers. 10 stacks on the man, or on the woman, as LeBlanc is being played. And, I mean, this signals confidence. Again, Blacklist X were banking on winning this mid lane, banking on always having that opportunity. Now that LeBlanc, 5-1-4, is a dangerous scenario. Shockwave whiffs! And that's an over-the-wall chain and root. Fluke does deal a little damage back, but Sombrero whiff for SWAT means they have to wait another 40 seconds before they can try again.
Yeah, that's bad right now. That's roughly about a wave and a bit. I do believe bot wave is pushing in favor of Blacklist right now. Actually, no, because of the new wave coming in. It's going to push again. So that's not ideal for Blacklist here. And again, the vision being cleared out. Akuma Blades, they're the ones in there. They're the ones clearing that. And if they have the vision advantage, we've seen before, because of the chaotic way their composition works, visions will literally win you fights.
Oh, Axel, the Bears on a hunt, finds the Kayle, and they dive right in. Bullet time is going to zone them all out, and they did. They get one shutdown, but look at Keyboarder. The feathers hurt so much. 4 members low, and Fluke still pushing on the top lane. BLX find one, but might lose their base.
They lost the inner turret here. They should back, and they should be able to match this here. TP is up for NBG, so I need NBG to go back, deal with this top side push, and everybody else needs to run for Baron right now. You cannot leave this Baron unattended, and you need to start clearing out vision. Legault, when they come up in 20 seconds, doesn't have TP, but they have all the vision control right now.
They have most of it. They might find a channeling Ricardo. Oh no, second time in a row. He's going to run straight to his team. He actually uses the grand entrance, or the quickness, sorry. And will not have that for this Baron attempt. So Desperation Baron by BLX. Hex Miss is around, and Fluke trying to run some damage.
here. They're trying to buy time, and Keyboarder is back. Keyboarder has a lot of damage if they can set these feathers up right. And Fluke just keeps poking over the turret. Hexmist has the vision here. Does not have flash, but has blast.
Doesn't have flash, has a blast code, might be able to jump in very, very low. Does get the smite, and now it's AKB on the run. Explosive Cast knocks away LeBlanc, but fails on the wrong side of the map. Might pay for his team's attempt. This time, BLX are able to secure the objective. Question is what can they do next?
They need to get out first. Swapped right here. Might get hunted down. Fluke.
The rest of the team is there, and that's Fluke just saying, cool. 1 Baron down, 4 more to go.
Right now on Blacklist is not there. They're spending so much hunting down Phil's here. Phil's actually just kind of walked into their own death, but they were dead either way. You trade a support for mid, not worth it. More importantly, you trade Baron buff off one of your members for no good reason whatsoever here. Blacklist needs to basically decide if they're going to back, they back together, because this lack of coordination and discipline right now is what's exactly allowing Akuma Blade to keep finding little picks. 14 stacks on Fluke's Magi's.
Well, 14 stacks does not even come close to Legoat hitting level 16. The Kale, only 2.5 items, but, excuse me, definitely online.
Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer as well, so a lot of damage will come through, and we already saw in that last fight, just between Keyboarder and Legoat, they shredded NBG, Axel, and Ashel. All the tanks here can potentially get burst down. So for this next fight, prioritizing targets is going to be very difficult for Blacklist. Who do they go for? The Kill, the Zaya, the LeBlanc, all of them are so slippery here. Axel.
Oh, Axel, massive poke down onto the bear and forced to recall. He is going to recall with Dragon up in just 18 seconds. Yes, he has the Baron empowered recall, but he is going to get there very late.
Be able to stop this potential here. The issue right now is that they don't seem to have an answer to Fluke. Fluke's just coming in, poking in now. This time it's Swapped who has to go back. Yes, you do have TP, but no Baron empowered recall on Swap, because Swap was the one who went down after the Baron got taken down.
Oh, Dragon getting tagged up, and that's a teleport in. All 5 members are there, but big chunk again. Fluke is finding all of the poke, but the Dragon's the main source of damage. Are they gonna get it? That is it. It is smited away. BLX get Soul, and they're going to try and follow it up. Tower falls in the top side, but that is such a minor inconsistency. Double knockup into the taunt. The Storm is pulled right back in, and Fluke is going legendary. Keyboarder has slain Link, and 3 members are down. Major objective secured, but they might not survive to tell the tale.
You're just trying to buy a little bit of time. Dead to rights already. Look at the trade back here, but it won't be enough. Thankfully, at least Axel got back to base, so should be able to somewhat protect the... Nope, can't even.
Death timer is way too long here. Double numbers here, double digits. I'm very sorry. 10 seconds left on multiple members. 41 on Swap. They will lose the inhibitor, and they will lose any ground they have trying to pressure out with this Soul. They got it, but again, Fluke turning online here. 9-1 and 4. 25 stacks.
Baby, that's gonna be a problem. And we talked about the Void Staff here. The Void Staff is, the more AP you have, the better that Void Staff really feels here, because you are doing a % magic penetration here. It's not flat, and it works multiplicatively with your raw AP. So Fluke right now really hurts. And I know I said build MR, you'll be okay, but you need a lot of MR. At this point, your best way of basically stopping Fluke from doing so much damage is you kill Fluke repeatedly, and you make that Magi's useless.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult now. Trying to trade onto a LeBlanc that is 4 items strong. Rabadon's completed, and literally 3 stopwatches now. I love this. BLX are so scared they're literally hovering around their 80s.
I mean, that's what they should have been doing in the first place. Protect your carry. Swapped has constantly been chunked out. Link, same. And at this point, NBG is also a carry. That's not a tank Gragas we're seeing. This is an AP Gragas. They're not tanky at all. They're trying to run Keyboarder down, but this ain't it.
This is not it. They do jump all the way in. Keyboarder just slicing through the bear. They're trying to do some damage, but just can't find the mark, so they go ahead and back right out. But Fluke says he gets shut down. They found the shutdown on Maxwell. This might be the signal going in. Hexmas is going to pop the speed. Does have a little bit of tankiness and drops right in. Double knock up into taunt and they get swapped. Swapped is down as well. Keyboard going big. They flash right in. That's going to be the Divine Judgment. This might signal the end. AKB have found the team fight 4-0. NBG running for his life. Would you know it, RMC? BLX picked up everything. They were up for so long in the game, but AKB, they have held on for so long. They waited it out. They got Kale up there and 10-1 on Fluke. This LeBlanc, which we were definitely proven wrong. AKB, your winners here after they chase a little bit. That will be Akuma Blades taking the 3-2 victory here in the Upsurge Minor League Grand Finals.
What on earth did we just watch? What? This is incredible. Okay, first off, commiserations to Blacklist. They played really good up to this point, but this last game, it was probably their of the series here. They were very ill-disciplined, and that definitely cost them the game. Akuma, that comp should not have worked. They went full solo queue, and I will stay true to my word. You know, it is going to be Legoat as my MVP for the series. But in this game, when it mattered, X-Fluke put the team on his back and hard carried them through. X-Fluke, who struggled the entire first 3 games, went on the LeBlanc and just absolutely crushed it, finding picks on everybody. Volibear, not a tank. Gragas, not a tank. Ori, Misfortune, aperitifs.
I mean, come on. When you have a name like Fluke, you got to pull one out every so often. A beautiful win for Akuma Blades to end it all. And again, it was not a reverse sweep. It was not clean. No matter what, these guys battled their hearts out in an impressive best-of-5 series, and nothing more can be said about that. However, we are going to close out our broadcast here very soon. But RMC, question for you. You said it before, Legoat. Come on, explain to us why this man deserves that MVP spot over the course of 5 games total.
Every single game, except for the last one, pretty much, Legoat won lane, right? Game 1, Urgot plays Urgot against the Karma. Urgot gets banned for the rest of the series. You never see it again. Game 2 kill, that kill was impressive. Legoat managed to come out even in lane, did not give really any kills over, and carries the game on their back after that as well. Just completely pops off, takes over. And then in game 3, the Nasus game, I hated the draft so much. It was as bad, if not worse, than this draft. And yet, the Nasus was the one bright shining spot for the team. And then, of course, in our game, that was the standard draft that worked very well. So, like I said, Fluke, this absolutely amazing. But yeah, okay, I've been vetoed apparently.
Either way, Akuma Blades, every single member stepped up where it counted. Blacklist X unfortunately falter at the very last moment, but nothing can be said except respect. Congratulations to Akuma Blades for taking the Upsurge Minor League Finals, and we can't wait to see what they can do next. Now, that will end our broadcast here for this evening, but if you enjoyed that best of 5 thriller, then you better tune in tomorrow night when the Upsurge Contenders League Grand Finals occurs. That will be at 8 p.m. EST again, and hopefully you won't have to see any glitchiness on my camera or anyone else's at that time, because that is going to be a banger as well. So once again, from us here at the Upsurge Caster Desk, my name is Orbital with Random Minion Caster. We have been your casters for this evening with Hypertension on production. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.